What time is it? What time is it? Why, it's slowly meandering through projects with no real guidance or structure time. Right? Is that accurate? I think it is. I do hate to be inaccurate. I feel like trying to structure my work over the last 6 months has almost been like the thing that's been slowing me down. I think that I'm just kind of a fucking chaos elemental. I'm a what's another good word? I'm a flibberty gibbet. I don't know what's another. That's the only word I've got. I don't even know any synonyms for flibberty gibbet. I just assume that it means what I'm trying to get across. Oh, thank you, pun expected. That's not the most flattering way you could put that. Man, oh man, oh man, how are we doing tonight? No sass from you, data nerd, no sass. To Square, hitting that 12 months of subscribing to Square. It seems, honestly, like, on the one hand, I do this every time somebody resubs, and I was like, oh, how's it been so much time? So much time gone by. Realistically, though, it feels like longer to me. I feel like I've known you longer than that, to Square, but Twitch is proving me wrong. As it so often does. And speaking of a big number, Wolfenspawn hitting that 21. Thank you so much for your support. Finally able to sit down and watch. Feels good, bro. Good to have you, Wolfenspawn. It's always a pleasure to see you in chat. Cadmium Deep Red. You know what? It's the Cad Scarlet. Ooh, that's where it's at, pun expected. It has this kind of toxic tang. It's really hard to get anywhere else. Time Stop, it's good to see you. Negative Charisma, welcome in. What are you doing with your life? Spending a lot of it here, and I don't know what I'm doing with my life, so by the transitive property of wasting one's life, I've got some bad news for you. Oh my god. Oh god. WJ, it is good to see you. Of course, there is Time Stop, pun expected. Negative Charisma, Hamburg Tack. Hello, all of you redacted people. Hope everyone is doing well. We are. At least I am. I do hope everyone out there is having a pretty good day today. I've had a decent one. I always get this burst of energy when I finally finish a project. When I put the finishing touches on and I'm like, shoom, okay, that's off my plate. I have this, oh, now I can do other things. Now I'm gonna do all the other things that I've been putting off. It was this one project that was stopping me from doing all and it's such a fucking lie. It's such a fucking lie. I finished one thing. It was an important thing. And it is finished, and it does feel good. Well, assuming that this test print that's on right now goes according to plan, then that is finished. But, I don't know, I'm feeling good. Feeling good about things, Ooh, nice roll. Oh, we had an unscheduled cancellation rolling last time. If you only have 2 pictures, you don't need to do that redemption for this just in. People are welcome to 2 pictures for tonight's Storm Report on account of that. Tell Kat she has to make up for it on my end. That's not fair. That's not fair. Kat has, diplomatic immunity when it comes to sass. She has, I've known you since you were 13 status, and there's not a lot that I can do about that. Had to chuck a sickie. Wait, that's like British slang, isn't it? Chuck a slicky, chuck a sickie? That's not how that phrase goes. Yeah, I figure that's what it means. I watch enough British television that I can decipher alternative slang. Thankfully. I also know what a papadom is. Weirdly. I'm not entirely sure why I know that. WJ did some script writing. Nice. Glad to hear it. Bahamut, welcome in, my friend. It's good to see you. Will-o'-the-wisp. I don't think those two... Pun expected, I don't think those two phrases are comparable. Like Flibberty-Gibbet kind of implies somebody who's sort of all over the place. Will-o'-the-Wisp is like you're a nebulous pocket of swamp gas that leads unwary travelers into the mists and kills them. Like, that's not the same thing at all. To my knowledge, I don't do that to anybody. I might be a shiny light that leads you poor bastards deeper into the swamp of Twitch, but I can't be held responsible for that. Yeah, Mark UK, but it falls into that weird zone of British food that is also Indian food. There is, without getting into the reasons for it too much, you know, the long history of colonialism, there's intrinsic links between a lot of, like, Indian fast food and British food. Like, there are British versions of curry that really exist only in England. And, like, that's a snack food that you guys have over there that we just don't have over here. I'm talking from the States. The British didn't have any culinary pride, so they went on a rampage. They rifled through everybody's pockets for all the good snack foods and just took them. Right? I could buy that. Yeah, British food is not known for being the best food, for the most part. They got a few things fried that are pretty good, but, you know, that's kind of cheating. Almost anything fried is pretty good. I will say, though, while I was over there, I did fall in love with the English breakfast. Y'all know how to make a good breakfast. Shared your simple conversion, but didn't hear the reaction. Wait, which one, Bahamut? That was on the last Storm Report. You had converted the Gravis captain with the spear, right? I'll show you... Is he within arm's reach? Let me see. I can show you my Gravis captain that I did very similarly. Assuming I have him here. I might not. I usually keep like a rotating roster of models just right in front of me on the shelf above my head so I can kind of pull them out. And I guess maybe I don't have him here. He might be out in my game room. Well, crap. Either way, I've got that same Gravis captain that I also modded to have a spear. I think it's a good mod for him. Oh god, excuse me. That makes sense, Mark UK. I think a similar comparison would be like, obviously not for the same reasons, but that's not the conversation. Like American Italian food. American versions of lots of food. American versions of Mexican food. American versions of Italian food. American versions of not as much German food. I don't feel like German food ever got the Americanization treatment that Italian did. I don't think we have quite as much influence on our versions of like Indian food either, but I guess I wouldn't know. I've never been anywhere close to Southeast Asia. I know that there's Americanized Japanese food in a big way, but that tends to be more obvious. I know that Chinese food, like we have a completely different brand of Chinese food over here. The shit that like you only get in the States. And I love every bit of it. It's all variations of sugar chicken. It's all the same damn... Ah, shit. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, we're getting rated by Matt Yee? Ooh. Leaves a sour taste, doesn't it? This is where we're at. This is like I was having a good day. And then, okay, at a certain point I'm going to carry that one too far. Matt Yee, thank you so much for the raid. He's probably watching a commercial right now. That's probably what he's doing. He's getting like, hey, are you a man? You don't smell like one. Your girlfriend would like it more if you smelled like Dr. Sasquatch or whatever the fuck that shit is. Does anybody else get those fucking ads? They drive me crazy. Yee. Fancy seeing you here. Fancy seeing Yee here. It's, yeah. That's where we're at today. How was your stream, Matt? I only got a chance to stop in for that last few minutes because I just got online. I've been doing shit all day. Oh, them grots coming, man. You've done a lot of purple in the last week or so. You can like it all you want, Roland. I'm made very uncomfortable by the Dr. Squatch commercials because they're always the same thing. It's like some woman, some like hot chick that they've paid to be like, you're not manly enough unless you smell like a dick. And then she's like sniffing on her boyfriend like, I want to fuck your armpit. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's so crass. Oh my god. You two can smell like white spirits burning PLA and bitter spite with eau de prostromer. Eau de prostromer. What does that smell like, Matt? What do we smell like? That's a weird question. That's a strange thing for me to ask. Ignore that question. But let's just pretend I didn't ask that. I don't know what the fuck answer I'm looking for there. That's solid square. I like that. Yeah, just, we're just talking about, stuff. Just talking stuff. Sweat and loathing. I want to disagree with that. But no, that's most of what I excrete these days is just pure unadulterated loathing. It's really overtaking me these days. I can't even get excited about that new Spider-Man movie. I'm so fucking cynical. I look at the ads and I'm just like, it'll probably be good. It'll probably be really entertaining. It's probably something that I'll wait a while after it comes out and I'll be like, everyone who watches it is a stupid sheep. And then I'll watch it and I'll really enjoy it and I just won't say anything. I'm doing pretty well, Sumitha. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself, man? I'm talking about Data Nerd in an interesting mood. This is always how I am. I am exactly like I am every single time I go live. I bring this same weird, uncomfortable energy to the stream 3 days a week. Except most weeks when it's 2 days. How about that? I'm almost done with my coffee. I've noticed an interesting trend in my pre-stream mugs of coffee. First of all, I'm drinking pre-stream mugs of coffee on a regular basis. And secondly, it is increasingly booze. Like, the proportion the ratio has been growing stream by stream. Now go away. I shall taunt you a second time. That was meant to be here. Marvel makes good movies, Games Workshop makes good paint pots, and EA appreciates their customers. My name's Matt Yee. That's what you fucking sound like. Yeah. Oh, also, thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for those 3 months. Always sent. Wait, what? No. Huh? Oh, wait. What? Roland, their new season just started. What are you talking about? Last I heard, like, end of last season, they got approved for like 3 more seasons well in advance, and then they're just releasing their newest one. So what are you saying? Is this a real thing, or are you fucking with me? If this is you fucking with me, I want you to know I'm not gonna take it well. There are a lot of things in this world that, oh, they did a blackface episode? That's not entirely surprising. They've already done blackface. What are you talking about? Like, have people not seen Lethal Weapon 4? Ironically made before there was a Lethal Weapon 4? I'm gonna have to check this out. If that is honestly the case, then this is the thing though. They've been on. They are the longest. I think I just saw something the other day. They're the longest running comedy show like ever at this point. And if they're doing blackface episodes intentionally trying to stir the pot at this point, I guarantee you that they are absolutely prepared for any backlash that they might receive. Like, at this point, backlashing against them is just gonna be like a, yep, I called it. Like, I'm not worried. I have no concerns. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, pun expected. They've done multiple blackface episodes before, specifically about being in blackface. They're one of the few shows that have been able to pull it off. I'm curious what they could have done that would be actually irritating people. Yeah, it's been on forever. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is an incredible show. And that's the thing, in their latest seasons, like if you've been watching it, they've gotten increasingly experimental and weird. It's like they don't give a shit about the narrative of the show anymore. They're just trying to do interesting and different and challenging things. It has, like, oh my god. What is it called? The Janitor Always Mops Twice. That episode is fucking amazing. The one where Matt comes out to his dad by performing an extended and very real interpretive dance. Like, it's like this insanely lowbrow, stupid episode that's capped off with a truly amazing performance by Rob McElhenney. I think the stipulation, Sumitha, was live action. I'm pretty sure the stipulation was that it's longest running live action. I don't want to say for sure because I saw it in passing and I didn't read the whole thing. Well, don't fucking listen to me. There's your problem, Sumitha. You're getting your information from who? Thunderhead on Twitch? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Mark UK, I love you. Nobody has seen The League of Gentlemen. I'll be honest with you, I haven't finished The League of Gentlemen. That's Reese Shearsmith and who's the other guy? Yeah, The League of Gentlemen is... I hesitate to use the word challenging to describe League of Gentlemen. It takes a very particular and very sick sense of humor to appreciate the League of Gentlemen. It goes from madcap silliness to, like, incredibly dark black humor in the span of, like, 5 seconds. It'll go back and forth between, like, madcap fucking, you know, slapstick bullshit and giggles, and then we're gonna joke about cannibalism for about 20 minutes. This is a local shop for local people. We'll have no trouble here. Fucking Reese Shearsmith in that show just absolutely kills me. People have no idea what we're talking about right now, Mark. People have no idea. I'm not gonna sit here on this stream speaking to you fine people and say that you need to go watch The League of Gentlemen with Reese Shearsmith, and I should really remember the other creator's name, but I don't. I'm not gonna tell you that you should go watch it, because chances are you're gonna fucking hate it. Most people that I know that I have recommended The League of Gentlemen to have come out, like, irritated with me for having recommended it. But then every now and then there's one person who it just vibes with you. You just catch it at the right time, and it's potentially so funny. But it's also really fucked up. So I'll recommend, you know what, I'll recommend it. I'll say that if you're curious about what I'm talking about at all, which you probably aren't, go watch like 1 or 2 episodes of The League of Gentlemen. You can almost certainly find it on a couple different streaming services. Just watch a few episodes and see, like, if the first few episodes just make you, like, laugh uproariously, then go with it, because it gets stranger, more in-depth as it goes on, and by the time you get to the end, it all wraps up in the least predictable way. Man, it's just booze. What are you talking about, Square? God, I'm drinking. I gotta do some painting. Okay? We're streaming. We're streaming is what we're doing, and we're drinking. I'm out. Okay. I'll say, so what I'm gathering, Datron, is that what Roland said is bullshit. Which, no offense to you, Roland, but thankfully what you said is bullshit, because I don't want to have to take to the streets, you know, to defend It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. I'm all over it. What is this song? What is this song? Merlin Models, do you know what this song is? Why it's so bad? Let's make it go away. Let's do something else. Here we go. Let's get something by Cell Dweller in here. That's quality, I guess. Probably. Your love of the halfling's leaf has dulled your senses. When did Saruman mistake reason for madness? Let's do this. This is what we're here for, right? Let's do it. But before we do that, hang on. Camera was really dark for some reason. Fix that right up. Let me grab a little something more to drink and we'll go ahead and get going. Sir Pork, the second of the line. First of all, thank you for the follow. That just immediately made me think of Sir Digby Chicken Caesar. If there's anyone in this chat who can tell me the origins of Sir Digby Chicken Caesar, I'm gonna give you a prize. It's gonna suck. It's not gonna be worth it at all, but I'll give it to you. It's probably gonna be just like an internet high five or something else stupid like that, because it's always the form that it takes, but it's still gonna happen. I'll be right back. Well, you don't count to square. You know all the things. I do. I know it from that Mitchell and Webb look. I'm not familiar with the song by Kingdom of Fear, and now I feel uncultured.
From mega cities like Central to the vast and desolate outlands, nobody wants more of it. How it used to feel.
What the fuck? No, I am a potato towel man. Is that so? Sir Pork, the second of the line. Well, welcome in, either way. Hamburg? Should do some painting. Should do some painting. Got my oil brushes ready to go. Let me swap out the paper on the oil palette. Negative. I am a meat popsicle. Oh God, excuse me. It's awful. How uncouth. How without tact. Smoke you! Wrong answer. I fucking love that movie. Everybody loves that movie. Is there anybody here who's like... I feel like an asshole sometimes saying things like that. Someone's like mentions popular thing and I'm like, I love that thing. Oh, that thing's so great. Maybe we should try a different tack. Let's try finding the people that don't like popular things. Let's give them the spotlight a little bit. So whoever it is that's in chat right now who's like, God, I fucking hate The Fifth Element. I don't know what it's all about. Why do people keep talking about it? Who are you? I want to know more about you. Moderators, stand by with that ban button. I have returned and brought a work in progress for the Storm Report. Phaedros, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I don't know about everybody else, but I know I'm excited. That's one of my favorite performances. Like, there are so many just funny little awesome performances in that movie, Sumitha, but yeah, you totally nailed one of them. The fucking dude, his ridiculous line, take it. I don't need it. What the fuck? I don't need it. And that's before we get to everything that Chris Tucker did. It's a little bit too large. I'm just trying to trim it down a wee little bit here. Oh, thank you for the biddies. Harry, did you put your name in the fire? Well, there's a movie I haven't seen in fucking forever. This is the one that had Robert Pattinson in it, isn't it? He was in Goblet of Fire, right? Give me the cash. I like how you can see Bruce Willis is like cracking up when he says that line too. That's a very nice hat. That's one of those lightning in a bottle movies too, because like I thing is I enjoy Luc Besson's other work, a lot of it, but even the other Luc Besson movies that I like are not as good as The Fifth Element. They don't capture quite as much of that essence. Printer failing? What's failing about it? Is it really? No, it isn't. Hang on, let me look. You're making me nervous. It's not failing, it's doing fine. What are you talking about? No, it's gonna... The nozzle will catch on the infill sometimes, so it's not a big deal. It should be fine. Alright, palette, brushes, gloves, task.
Yo, I heard you liked Battlemechs, so I put a Battlemech in your Battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
That is the worst. That is the worst. The worst of all the voice lines. I think we were saying the other day we need to get Catacomony to record 50 Shades, like a new volume of 50 Shades, based on our swap to oil painting recently. You know, like the Thalo Chronicles or something like that. We got a lot of people in chat
Here at Thunderhead
doing?
Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
That's such a funny joke. I'm shocked that it's still on the channel. It's just terrible. I'm gonna push a button I never push, 'cause I love it. Let's do some painting. I don't never push it because I love it. I love it and I forget to push it, and I'm pushing it because I love it. That's more accurate. Get a little bit of yellow ochre out here. I'm gonna throw some of this down on my militia, and then we're gonna swap over to the battle mechs while that sets for a little bit, and we're gonna work on some jeweling. The one negative that comes from using oil paint directly from the tube is I've been wasting a lot of it. So I'm trying to be a little bit more conservative with my application. I wrote a song once in Welsh. One line I wrote went, I speak 3 languages, one of them is bad English. I wrote a song in Welsh and did it mostly just sound like fiddle fathle whittle with. Fiddle wath waffle on fiddle waddle hiddle. Something like that. It is the most fucking bizarre language. It's diphthong abuse is what that is. All English is broken English. English is a broken language. That was Dwyer Wildstar. I've got a number of buttons I set up from that, and I almost never push them. I'll find more excuses to do it just for you. That's the business. That's the business. Are you not familiar with that movie, Negative Charisma? It's a good one. Some of the best acting I have ever seen.
I never thought that I would say this. But I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
Very glad. We should get the part where he turns into a vampire in there. You make my drink taste like blood. Oh man, Zombie Brush. 11 months of the chain dong. You know what's up. You know what's up. How you doing, Zombie Brush? It's good to see you, man. Transfer these militia models out. That was the idea, where in the setting of the film, I maintain that Robot Jox actually has some pretty cool backstory to it, but the movie doesn't actually explore like any of it, so it really gets lost behind just the like 2 scenes in the movie where robots punch each other. It's not well realized, but it actually is pretty neat. There is a bunch of background stuff in the movie. Merlin Models, thank you so much for the biddies, man. There's a bunch of background stuff in the movie that you can just miss, because it's only even in the beginning of the movie. Once they move on to the tube babies, they don't even talk about it, but there's like, world wars have depleted the human population, so there's a bunch of like natal propaganda. Like pregnancy propaganda around the beginning of the movie. Like, they try to make pregnancy cool and encourage people to have more babies, and it's all over posters, and it's all about how sexy it is to be pregnant. And it's like, it's actually a really cool piece of world building for, you know, a world that is genuinely depopulated. And it doesn't get anywhere near enough attention in the film. You just see it a few times in the background, kind of in those scenes when Jeffrey Combs is covering his face with a mask. Yeah, exactly, to square. Achilles can't read. Achilles, the robot jock pilot, the main character, he can't read. His brother reads for a living. There are so few people. Our knowledge base was so badly decimated. There's that, the one scene that really stands out is when he goes over to his brother's house, and they've got like 10 kids or some shit like that, and she's got another one on the way, and they're celebrating the fact that he's retiring from being a robot jock. The title of the film. And there's just this wonderful scene when she's like, oh yeah, we're celebrating, we're having real meat tonight, and he leans over and looks in the pot, and she takes the lid off, and it's just like the saddest beef frank you've ever seen in like a pot of beans, just like one. We're having real meat tonight. And unfortunately, that's like the last scene in the movie when they acknowledge any of that world building. It all gets completely forgotten after that. And it just focuses on, like, the performances, which is easily the weakest thing in the entire movie. God love Gary Graham, but when Gary Graham is the best actor you have, you're in some fucking trouble. It's on YouTube. I'm pretty sure the entirety of Robot Jox can be just watched on YouTube right now. If you haven't seen it in a while, you might as well throw it on. You get some truly award-winning scenes.
Won't wake your mind till you're dead.
I agree, negative charisma. A good world building to go along with interesting characters. Like, you know, you can't have one without the other. But an interesting world, a world that feels lived in. You know, I always equate it to just one feeling that I got when I was watching the original Star Wars. Way back in the day. And I think what I love Star Wars for more than anything else is you get this feeling when you're watching a movie or when you're observing a story that if you could lean your head past the camera and just turn your head in either direction and look to either side of the frame, you feel like the world would keep going. You feel like there's things there, there's people there are things happening. Whether it's true or not. That's when you know the world building is on point. And I always got that feeling from old Star Wars. Alright, now that I've actually nailed down my methods for doing this, I'm gonna start speeding up, because I got a lot of these militia to paint, and you know what? They don't have to look that great, they just have to look okay. So we're gonna turn and burn as well as we can here. Still need to work on the method I'm going to use for the faces, but I'm going to worry about that after I get all the fabric and wood and everything done. Yeah, it's like, I don't even feel like it's a fair comparison, Karoo. Like, it's a different era of filmmaking, it's a different caliber of filmmaking, different goals even. Like, that's why I feel like it's difficult to compare OG Star Wars with any of the new stuff, because it's like, OG Star Wars was made out of just passion, out of just love, and a desire to see this world come to life, and everything after that was made with this sense of expectation. And it's not the same. It is absolutely not the same. Even when it reaches heights of like, yeah, but they did this one amazing thing when they had all the money to do it, even reaching the heights of like The Mandalorian, I'm like, yeah, but it all has this kind of cynicism and expectation to it that just, it cheapens it, doesn't it, ironically? Remember when people used to do new things sometimes? Those were the days. Alright, next guy. A multitude of mediocre militiamen. You know what? Quantity has a quality all its own. And ultimately, these militia are some of the weakest models in the entire Conquest range. They were among the first ones that they ever made, and they have made numerous improvements since then. And I was thinking about it the other day, I'm like, God, I'm taking forever with these militiamen. And if I do that, I will still be painting them when I get, like, my Order of the Crimson Tower in. And I don't want that to be the case, because the Crimson Tower models look fucking phenomenal. I want to be free and ready to paint when they get here. So we're turning and we're burning. And if I want to do 365 starting in a month, gotta up my average. Good to see you, Ren. By the way, welcome in. New things are dead. We're in an alternate reality where new is shunned. Only remakes exist. When new ideas are punishable by life in prison. One man will defy the odds. One man will go his own way. One way. One desire. The joy of painting minis is original ideas. No, that's not a good pitch. I need a better title for that movie. I gotta think about that one. In a world where love is against the law. Punishable by watching one terrible movie on repeat. Well, see, then you have to get into a conversation about what makes a movie bad. As far as movies that I'd like fucking die if I had to watch them over and over, Truthfully, Star Wars Episode 1 is up there. Can you imagine how many times you'd have to watch Jar Jar Binks step in the poopy? I'd like to remind everyone that that happens. Like, maybe you're sitting there thinking, you know, the prequels weren't that bad. You know, Thunderhead, you're being a little harsh. They were pretty good. I want to remind you that the racist cartoon caricature steps in the poopy. And then he talks about the fact that he just stepped in the poopy. And then an animal farts. That happens in that movie. He utters the words P-Yusa. P-Yusa. He says that. I'm only telling you because I feel like you might have forgotten. I would happily watch Battle Beyond the Stars before Star Wars Episode 1. I gotta come up with something better than that, though. That's too easy. That answer is a meme. It's not a real answer. I need something a little bit more unique than that. Forcing me to watch Robert Pattinson's High Life would be fucking torture. I really, really couldn't stand that movie. Ishtar. That would be a bad time. I'm trying to think of movies that I really hated and not bad movies that I kind of enjoyed. See, Ice Pirates, no. Battle Beyond the Stars and Ice Pirates, there are things to like. I enjoy those movies. Manos, The Hands of Fate, that's rough. That's rough. Dude, Space Herpes were funny. Don't be besmirching Ice Pirates now. We can besmirch fucking Adventures in the Forbidden Zone, but don't be besmirching Ice Pirates. Halle Berry's Catwoman? Ooh, shit. Oh. Yeah, that is pretty unwatchable. DeSquare really likes Ishtar. God, that explains so much. Mafique at the Vacation House. Nice. Showgirls. Okay, well that actually introduces a whole new category of movies that I hate watching. Movies that aren't strictly bad, but that, like, hurt me to watch. Now, I don't consider Showgirls in that, it just made me think of another movie that does fall into that category. Imagine being forced to watch Requiem to a Dream over and over and over again. That would be fucking horrible. That would be just, oh my god. I'm talking like movies that make you viscerally uncomfortable. Daredevil. Hey, whoa, we're talking shit about Ben Affleck's Daredevil. I don't actually hate that movie. Rag on me all you want for it, but I don't hate that movie. It did some things right for all the things that it did wrong. Which admittedly was most of the things. Pearl Harbor was awful. Mommy Dearest doesn't affect me quite that badly. It's rough. It's a rough watch. It's an uncomfortable watch. Oh, you know what would be awful? Toys. Fucking Robin Williams and Joan Cusack. Can you imagine being made to watch Toys for like days on end? I mean, any movie would be awful that often. Maybe that should be the punishment. They find out your favorite movie and they make you watch it until you fucking hate it. That would be worse, wouldn't it? Oh, Merlin, thank you for the reminder. The joy of painting minis loves toys. Really? I'm not gonna judge you for it, but I do not. That movie's weird, man. Real weird. Joan Cusack's robot makes me viscerally uncomfortable. Oh, Pearl Harbor was awful. I don't know, like, I can't make myself care about Pearl Harbor, though. I'm not, like, terribly offended by it. It is a shameless cash grab, but it's just such a nothing movie to me. Make you watch it, but people keep pausing it to talk about something in the movie. Oh, that's a very personal connection then, Joy of Painting Minis. I can respect that. Aside from being awesome movies, I think a lot of my connection to, my very personal connection to the Indiana Jones films is that when he was younger, my dad kind of resembled Harrison Ford. So Harrison Ford is like a surrogate father figure to me. Obviously, he doesn't know that. He'd probably file a restraining order. A bit of schmutz on here. We're not watching Meet the Feebles. Here's the thing, Roland. I know these movies. I've watched these movies. I don't know that I could bring myself to try and convince people to watch, like, Meet the Feebles or Brain Dead or any of these. I feel like you should have to sign a fucking waiver before you watch those movies. They're probably not as bad as I remember. I don't think I've watched any of them for over a decade at this point. No. No, there are only 3 movies, Keru. There are only 3 Indiana Jones movies. I will say, though, that over time, I used to really dislike Temple of Doom. But over time, I have come to not only forgive Temple of Doom for being different, but come to quite like it. Three movies and a sweet pinball machine. I'd take young Indiana Jones well before Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis is more canon than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. The Temple of Doom is still pretty good, aside from being very, like, casually racist. But it's in a fairly harmless way in the sense of being an adventure serial, so I don't think anybody really cares. It does have that hilarious performance from that one dude at the village who didn't speak any English, so he was just, like, reading transliterations of all his lines, and it's really obvious. But, yeah, like, the monkey brains and snake surprise and all that shit is just like, it's too bad. But, you know, it's Molaram and his ilk are some weird motherfuckers. Got Barbarella on your queue to watch again? Why? What? How long has it been since you've seen Barbarella? It's not a great movie. An angel doesn't make love, an angel is love. $15 maybe skip it. If right now you're sitting there and you're like, I remember Barbarella and I remember it fondly, let that be. Just let it be. You're not going to help anyone by dredging up the past at this point. Least of all yourself. It's like, I remember Zardoz very, very fondly. And I know enough to not watch it again. Because it's a boring fucking 70s movie. Wait, was that early 70s, late 60s that Zardoz was? Alright, we're gonna let these guys sit for little bits. Back to them in a minute. Let's do a little bit of work on our battle mechs. There's my phthalo green. My phthalo blue. There it is. I already had it out. How about that Dude, I like Zardoz. Like, Zardoz, here's the thing. Zardoz actually has some really cool concepts in it, and some really fun ideas, and I know everybody loves to make fun of Sean Connery's costume, as he's not one of the Brutals. What are they called? The Brutals are the people that Sean Connery's people are, like, police over. The Brutals are just the masses of the uneducated savages roaming the wastes. Does anyone remember what Sean Connery's job is? I remember what his job is in the movie, but I mean, do you remember what his group is called? Because I can't remember now. Oh, I need to refill my white spirits. Let me do that. His job is basically to hunt down and eliminate the Brutals and keep them from breeding. As Zardoz says, the penis is evil because it shoots seeds of life, whereas the gun is good because it shoots seeds of death. It's a fucking weird movie. But this is all just a form of post-apocalyptic population control that's going on. And he sort of figures it out. But I mean, like, the climax of that movie, the big action climax of Zardoz, and this is what I mean by, like, it's got a lot of cool concepts as far as a weird far future scenario, and like a Morlock and a type degeneration of the human race. But it's very, very heady, and the climax of the movie is like Sean Connery forcing his fist through a layer of saran wrap, and everyone going, "Oh, he can't do that, it's unbreakable." Like, that's the climax of the movie. And there's a weird scene where he enters a jewel that is a computer system that's governing what's left of the higher version of mankind, who, as it turns out, is both immortal and enslaved, to the point that some of them just lose their minds entirely and become immortal zombies. That's a fucking weird movie. I put it up there with Logan's Run. It's very similar to Logan's Run, but I think Logan's Run is more entertaining. He's an exterminator. Okay. Technically a brutal exterminator. Yes, thank you. Get my white spirits. I'll finish refilling this later. I just needed to have some. Go. Alright, let's pick out a finer brush to work with. Our phalanx number 1 should do the job. Hey, what's up, Avash? How you doing? Oh, working on our militia and doing some fine work on these here battle mechs. This is the plan. Thin my phthalo blue a little bit here. Get a little titanium white on the palette. Is it true to Square? I didn't know that. I really like Logan's Run. Like, Logan's Run I unironically enjoy watching over and over. I do like Zardoz, but I'll be the first to admit I can only take maybe one watch every few years. Like I said, I love the ideas in Zardoz, but it's so fucking slow. And once you get into like the third act of the movie, everything just stops dead for a while. Oh, thank you so much for saying so, Merlin Models. I'm glad you like it, man. Alright, I'm going to try to do a little bit of Lindsay work today. That's the wrong brush. I want to put that over here. I want to use this brush instead. Just kind of depositing some phthalo blue down on my lower corners here. I've already got green on here. There we go. Zardoz, Logan's Run, Death Race 2000, Mad Max. I think it's possible several of them are taking place on the same Earth. I mean, they easily could and would never run into one another. Especially since Mad Max is, like, in Australia. Alright, let's come in with a little bit of white and see what we can do. That's one of the reasons I like the Rover. Oh, Merlin Models, thanks for saying so, man. I feel like I do too much of that. I look at other hex-based and even just general terrain designs, and it's just, you know, it's just stuff. There's not really that much thought put into what it's supposed to be, or it's so general it could be any given piece of technology, but when I'm designing, like, I'm bad at just... There's a process called greebling when it comes to science fiction design, where you're just putting stuff in places, just random little bits of shit to make it look technological. I'm bad at doing that. My mind doesn't work that way, but if I'm like, okay, what is this supposed to be? What am I making here? What is it? Is it like atmosphere processor? Is it a shipping container? You know, what is it? I'm better able to come up with shit to put places because it has a purpose at that point. It suits the design. And if I put myself in that headspace, I'm better able to actually get work done. So that's kind of what I do. And so far it's worked out nicely for me. Need to thin this white out a little bit more. It's right out of the tube. It's crazy thick. So we're gonna lay this on nice and thin. There we go. Merlin, it's very kind of you to say. I'm glad that you enjoy my work, man. I do work hard on it. I sometimes tell myself I need to just relax and kind of churn some shit out, but it's just kind of not how I operate. I overthink everything, but when I overthink things, I do good work, so try not to fight it too much. You know, joy of painting minis. It's all about your name, man. I don't mean your reputation, I mean your actual name, right there. The joy of painting minis. I think that there's this temptation, particularly when you start, like, streaming and you start engaging with social media. It's almost impossible to not compare yourself to other painters and other, you know, content creators at that point. But that way lies madness, my friend. It's not a race. Never has been. If you make it one, you're not going to enjoy it, you know? So you just gotta relax. Make sure you're having fun. Because if you're not, the only time you're doing something wrong, painting minis or doing an art, is when you're not enjoying yourself. At that point, you should maybe stop and take stock. There you go. There you go, Merlin Models. The only person you should be competing with is you from yesterday. And even then, that's only if you want to. Hey, Manro Fasal, good to see you, man. How you doing today? Oops. It's too thin. Thin that way too much. That's okay. Pull that right out. Donating some plasma. Wow, as you watch the stream, impressive. Hello to everyone at the donation center. Wait, what? Being torn up by what? Should I know what that is? Oh! I'm afraid I have not been following that news, Merlin Models. I hope that it's not too terrible. I hope that you and yours are alright and safe. I cannot seem to get my titanium white to the consistency that I want it to be tonight. Let me try some other titanium whites. I'm having some trouble with the Windsor and Newton stuff. I've been watching this show called, what's it called? Giri Haji? Duty Shane. It's on Netflix. But a Japanese detective. It's sort of a noir crime drama that goes from Tokyo to London. It's been kind of interesting. I admit the last few episodes have kind of been losing me. It seemed a little bit more in-depth than it was when they finally revealed some of the mystery, and it turned out to be kind of pedestrian. But all in all, it's still a lot of fun. What else is on Netflix right now that's worth watching? I still need to watch Midnight Mass. Everybody recommends that one to me. I'm sure I'll get around to it. Kind of passing time waiting for Attack on Titan Season 4 to really kick off, you know? Oh, good luck with the meeting. Always appreciate you hanging out, Joy of Painting Minis. Hope the meeting goes well. That's kind of what I've heard from almost everybody, pun expected. Like it's the broadest common cross section I found for people reviewing Cowboy Bebop is it's not as bad as you think it's gonna be. I watched the first episode, and yeah, I agree. It's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Still not terribly exciting or anything, but. And while I'm not like, I don't think that media needs a reason to exist, besides I wanted to make it. but remakes, particularly of that style, I feel like they kind of do. Like, they need some justification to exist. And for Cowboy Bebop, I can't figure out what the hell it is. Like, what niche, what demand was that fulfilling? Who was a fan of Cowboy Bebop and was like, you know, I'd like this masterpiece of anime that I've loved since I was a child. It would just be so much better if it was for some reason live action with John Cho in it. Even if it's good, it's like, yeah, but why does it exist? What's the point? Maybe to bring the story to people who can't stomach watching the anime, but Eh? Money, I mean, yes, that is the answer, but I'm trying to be a little less cynical. Maybe I'm not succeeding, but I am trying. Can't be that much money. It's not like the show's doing amazing or anything. Working a little phthalo green back in here because I let my initial phthalo green cure. There we go. Drag a little bit of blue and white through here, and I should get a nice turquoise on the other side. I don't know, I'm kind of refraining from forming too many opinions right now because I just know that I'm in a particularly cynical phase. I generally am, but lately more than usual. I think it's because they announced an actress for Sabine Wren for Star Wars live action, and, like, the child inside of me wants to be excited, but every other part of me won't allow it. Thank you so much for getting that shout out done, by the way, Data Nerd. Data Nerd, thank you for everything that you do. You're the best, you know? Touch this up with some white. Yes. Yeah, this is all odorless terpenoid that I'm thinning with. My palette is a 3D printed one that I made with some parchment paper on it, which actually leaches a lot of the medium out of the oil paints and makes them cure a lot faster. Oh, Merlin models. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, this is not a wet palette that I'm using. If anything, I'm trying to remove moisture from the oils, not add it in. Wolverine really has very oddly shaped glass, and I'm just kind of trying to describe the shape a little bit in an interesting way. Yeah, oils take forever to dry. A couple days at a minimum. By using odorless terpenoids to dilute them, and then using parchment paper to kind of sap a lot of the medium out, I'm able to get them to cure in about 24 hours, which is pretty good for oil paints. You see what I'm able to do right here is I've just got almost nothing but terpenoid on my brush. And I'm just essentially moving / removing paint to get back to my darker base. Just kind of shoving it down to the corner without laying down any additional pigments. Is that a Ninja Turtles joke? Is that what that is, pun expected? Yeah, I haven't really... I've heard that everything with Vicious and Julia is just awful. I haven't seen essentially any of it. So the painting handle, I'm in the midst of developing a... There has been a painting grip that's been circulating a little bit via a Kickstarter and a little bit here on Twitch that I saw that I thought was very interesting. But I look at it and I think to myself, is that really a good thing? Is that something I want to do, or is that just a gimmick? And I couldn't really be sure without trying it. So I've been developing kind of my own version of it to give it a shot. I'm going to let that rest and then come back to it once that's had a chance. I think it's actually pretty good for most of the cockpit glass there. It uses a couple of sockets and either two magnets and a steel sphere, or two pieces of steel and a magnetic sphere. Now this is my Mark I, and I immediately ordered some alternate pieces to try a different configuration, because this is just a little bit weak. Like, the draw is good enough to use, but it's a little bit weak and it tends to want to pop off the top here. So I kind of redesigned these two pieces, and I've got a new pair of magnets and a steel sphere coming from K&J Magnetics. My other priority was that this magnetic ball was actually fairly expensive, and I'd prefer something cheaper. So I managed to get an arrangement of sphere and magnets that only cost about $10 from K&J. That's going to be tested on the Mark II. This also has kind of a limited range of rotation. I want a little bit more than that. But the idea is that you have this setup with the magnet and the sphere and the rotation point. And again, I want a stronger grip. And then you can take models that you're working on and magnetize them down to the top plate, which is the same as is on the regular paint grip, which, in fact, this is a separate piece. just like the other pucks, which you've probably seen. This is the standard piece for the paint handle. It looks just like this. It's got a weight in the bottom, magnetic top. You can snap this guy down on there, and then a model goes there, and you've got your usual trigger grip. And then you can just pop this right off and put a new model on without having to swap it off the top. It's understandable, pun expected, which is why, like, these magnets that I have in here, and if you use the ones that I recommend, are very, very strong. Because I paint metal figures. So, for instance, here we have a 50mm based, entirely metal warjack from Warcaster. And these magnets are strong enough that I'm really very confident in this. The glue bond to the base would break before the magnet grip would. I don't recommend trying to pull this up off. I have it designed in such a way that you can slide it off, which is kind of what you have to do to get the grip to release. But then you can, you know, throttle up on this pretty good. Get your trigger grip up there. You can do the full claw grip. You can actually pop this puck off entirely. And just hold this in your hand to get the full claw grip all the way around on top for painting like this. I'm just not quite happy with it yet, Manro Fasal. I'm not quite happy with it, but it is going to be for sale in the immediate future as soon as I tweak just a few things to get it where I want it to be. And one of those things is this alternate rotating head, which, as you can see, just pops right on in the same way that the other ones would. And this is an interesting thing. I don't hate this. It lets you do a grip like this, where you can kind of palm the whole thing and rotate it up in, and then you can use your thumb and your forefinger to kind of rotate this around and get different angles. I think that these methods have different strengths, and I'm just going to kind of offer all of these options. But like I said, the Mark II version of this attachment, the pieces for it are on the way. It should only cost about $10 to put the whole thing together. And I like this. I like that it kind of lets you, you know, you can be sort of freeform with it, move it around in your hand, rotate it with your thumb and forefinger without worrying about dropping it, get different angles, shift, do subtle shifts like this. You know, like, I'm painting the side, let's work on the back a bit, let's rotate it around to look at the front without having to shift it around in your hand. I think it's just a preference thing. It's a neat design, though. I dig it. Interesting negative charisma, I'd love to see that. Like, so much of what I make, this project is really just like, it's for me because of the way that I base my minis, and if you guys want to use it, I'll make it available. Ultimately, I have the most selfish of all possible motives, though. Wait, someone's insulting Javier Bardem? We don't tolerate that here. Needs more hexes. We have so many hexes. We have so many hexes for Godarung. I don't even know what to do with them all. I haven't shown you the fusion reactor yet, have I? Let me grab it. This thing's fucking huge. It's one of the final pieces, and of course, like, is going to be much more impressive when I can show it off with some paint on it. It's all black PLA, so it's really hard to see here. It's a big piece, though. The only hexes you can't stand in are these ones with the magnetic pylons. All these other ones are my usual fully supported hexes. God, it's really unimpressive black plastic against a black background, isn't it? Good God. Well, I'll get some paint on it and then we can show it off, but it's a nice piece. Yes, negative charisma. All my 3D printed stuff. All my 3D printed stuff. All my FDM stuff, I blast with filler primer. And I design with that in mind while I'm working. You'll notice on my stuff, you could say that my stuff isn't as detailed as some other people's. All I can do is assure you that it's that way for a reason. That reason being that I fully promote people just spraying it down with filler primer, and if you're going to do that, you don't want super fine detail because it's going to fill it in. My stuff is designed to take a good spritzing of filler
I know
and still
you're
retain
really
its
focused,
detail.
Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Fair enough. I always tell people that when they ask me, they're like, oh, would this work on a resin printer? I'm like, I design very specifically for FDM printers. Yes, you could print all my stuff on a resin printer if you wanted to, but it is designed with FDM in mind. And I think you'll get the best results doing FDM printing. Also more durable and cheaper and easier. Merlin. Yep. Everything. Oh, no, not those. My bases are all designed for resin printing. My terrain is all designed for FDM printing. There'll be a blurb in any of my files that makes it clear which one it's designed for. I've only started doing resin-specific... Also, if a file of mine is designed for resin printing, it comes with tested pre-supports each and every time. Unless it's a free file, in which case I might be feeling lazy and I don't feel particularly obligated to do so. If I'm giving you the file for free, you can fucking support it. That's my attitude. You know, I'm always a little nervous doing pre-supports, because I'm like, what if someone who's better than me at this buys my file and goes to do the pre-supports and is like, these suck and I can do better ones, and then they're gonna judge me. But all I can do is, because I test print everything that I make, is give you the supports that worked for me. I can't promise they're gonna work for you. Resin printers are a little twitchier than FDM, but they should work for you, and I certainly hope they do. I say that because of the number of files I've bought with resin pre-supports, and I've gone in and just been like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And I've had to, like, redo them myself. I'm always worried that I'm gonna be that guy. Some pre-supports out there are fucking wild. Yeah, that's what I do. There's always the raw file and the pre-supported file, and I'm like, you know, use my pre-supports. If you don't like them, support it yourself. Unless it's a free file that I'm giving away, in which case, just support it yourself. That seems like a fair trade-off to me. Just discovered support in mirroring, and it saved you so much time on symmetrical stuff like tanks. Yeah, I could believe that. I've been using B9 Create, for my supports lately, and there's a neat thing you can do in there where you have it, particularly if you're going to support a lot of things that are the same, like bases or trays. You support it one time, and then you delete the original file and open up the project, and it's like, the original file doesn't exist, what do? And you're like, oh no, the original file's here, and you select another one, and it just orients it and supports it in precisely the same way. So as long as your bounding boxes are identical, it works really, really well. How do you avoid pooling in recessed areas of the print that are on the underside? In what sense? Negative charisma. As part of what process? Supporting, printing, priming? So do you mean like uncured resin pooling there and then curing and taking away detail? Some recessed areas on the back are a little blobby. So that is probably an issue with your exposure time if it's curing on the back of the model. You should be processing all your models before you give them a final cure, where they come off the plate and then you remove the supports and give them a good rinse and clean out all that excess resin. And then cure it, and that usually takes care of that issue. If your exposure times are funny, you can wind up with some blobby areas like that, or if your supports aren't very good. Exposure and support are the two most common causes of that, I believe. There are some tests you can run based on your printer and your resin to test exposure levels and find out what the ideal level and time is for you. And you're still having that issue. Then it could be due to supports. Bad supports will result in that quite a lot of the time. It's not the best lensing job I've ever done, but whatever. Calling it good. Let's do a little bit of work with the lasers. Slop a little fresh phthalo green in there. Pun expected. That is a weakness of the Storm Report. I need to set it up so that I can access sources more easily on there. As it is, it's literally just a screen capturing my my Discord. It's a little primitive. I probably don't need to paint the lens on this laser that's facing down since it'll literally never be seen, so I'm just going to leave it alone. Just going to leave it alone. This guy I've already done. Excellent. This guy's green. Let's set him aside. This guy has some blue on him, and that's kind of what I'm after. Let's grab some titanium white. Bit too blue. It's a bit too blue. See if that mellows it a little bit. Is that a trench bucket beaky? It is. Well, this isn't. This is actually a redesigned. What do we call this? The trench foot, which is a way better name than we came up with it. Came up with for it. That's the sentence in the first place. And with the LRMs rearranged into slightly more sensible positions than they are on the original design. We call this the D-Scene version, which is to say it is an American-style Battletech mech redesigned through the artistic inspiration of Kunio Okawara, the original designer of Fang of the Sun Dougram and Mobile Suit Gundam. Hey, how you doing there, cat? How's stuffs?
Hello there.
Yeah, I've never really been, like, I've always loved the trebuchet, but I've never been a huge fan of the, like, I have an LRM on the back of my arm, like, where the hell does the ammo go? How does any of that work? How are you reloading down past your elbow? That's insane! At first we thought about putting it higher up on the arm, but it ultimately made the most sense to put it on the back.
The BAP.
I like the kind of vertical mounted LRM system. And the whole thing is designed in modular parts so that you can do multi-pose with it. The elbow joints, the wrist, the shoulders, and then these optional missile waves that can attach to the missile launchers. I'm glad you like it, though. We're planning on making that model available in the near future from Steel Warrior. Some exciting, but I don't want to confirm anything yet. but still exciting news. I don't want to give any specifics. Steel Warrior was contacted recently by a resin caster who, we talk to a lot of people at various levels of the industry and of the hobby who want to work with us, and a lot of the times it's like, maybe. This is a very, very accomplished resin caster who has worked with a number of major releases from some pretty big companies. Really, really good portfolio of work. Contacted us about some of my pieces, which I'm really, really excited about. Specifically, they were interested in the bases that I have done for Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings. And we've managed to kind of talk them into some interest in some other pieces if they're willing to work with us and if they, do a good job. But I was talking with Alex about this, and we got a number of pieces that I've worked on, that he's worked on, that we would love to have available through a resin caster if we had somebody who was reliable and affordable. So things like bases, hex bases, round bases for Warcaster, for Conquest, and possibly the trench foot, may be available in cast resin in the near future. Like nice, affordable, mass-produced packs. And I'm pretty psyched about that. Again, no confirmation yet. We're still just kind of negotiating and finding out what everybody's interested in and capable of, but if it goes well, I may be able to offer some resin cast versions of my work in the future that don't have to be 3D printed on demand, and I'm very excited about that. I think that could be truly fantastic. I'm always a little nervous when I send resin-printed stuff off to Alex, because I know he has so much work to do just on the FDM printing side of things, that, like, processing resin prints is just, like, this whole extra bit of work, and he's talked about having an employee just for that purpose, and if we could just have a resin caster that was reliable, we would be able to provide so much more product on the regular. So, here's hoping that works out. Premium plastic? Yeah, I'm gonna send him a bag of hair. I'm just gonna take like a Ziploc. I'm just gonna shake some of my hair in it, pluck out some eyelashes, maybe some fingernail clippings. I might pop in a booger or two, and that way you guys get the true premium plastic experience, where you can order from us and get little pieces of human effluence stuck to your final product. I know that's what you all want, and God knows I want to give you what you want. We might be able to get some he could package some bath water. He could sell that. Hey, I shave my head. I'm not balding. Come on. I may have gray in my beard. Well, I'm still growing. It's a weird feeling. I do have gray in my beard these days. Well, that actually worked pretty well for the metal. I'm going to do a little bit of white after that's cured, but I mean, like, I think one more application of white to a few of the metal details, that lensing on the laser, and then a little bit of weathering, and this Shadowhawk is pretty much done. Oh yeah, Beaky, they absolutely do. Some of my favorite arguments on like the Games Workshop or the Warhammer 40k subreddits have been, they don't use 3D printing, they don't use 3D, and people will zoom. I had somebody try to tell me, I forget what model it was one of the orcs. He had like a weapon, it was a shock attack gun maybe, I can't remember. A warp cannon type thing, and someone was like, those aren't 3D print lines, those are meant to be rough welds, that's how detailed the model is. I'm like, motherfucker. Clearly you don't own a 3D printer. Because those are from a fucking 3D printer, dude. Yeah, they absolutely do. They'd be stupid not to. 3D printing is a fantastic way to prototype. I don't even hold it against them. I'm not saying it's like a bad thing that they do it. It's good that they do it. It's just ridiculous that they then turn around and have their spokespeople say shit like, oh, 3D printers will never match the quality we get. And I'm like, yeah. They can, they will, and they do, as a matter of fact. You guys make great models. There are many reasons to buy models directly from Games Workshop, but your 3D printer can't match our quality is not one of them. Why don't you try advertising things that your products actually have and not fucking lying? Though, okay, to their credit, I don't know that that was an employee of theirs that said that. I think that that was some fucking moron online. Obviously, we should be listening to everything that morons from Reddit say, and taking that as God's honest truth. Well, you can argue with stupid, it's just not very productive. Yeah, that copium. That copium, well, you know, said it once, said it 100 times, I'll say it 100 more. Technology, I don't even, you know, this pertains to 3D printing, but I'll just say this about tech. Technology is a freight train. You can try to stand in the way, but you'll just get run over. The only other option you have is to get on board and help steer. Games Workshop is going to hold out as long as they can. But eventually, here's the thing, I know for a fucking fact. No, I don't have inside information. I would just bet everything that I own that at Games Workshop there are employees whose whole job right now is figure out how to integrate 3D printing into the hobby in a way that still makes us unreasonable amounts of money and protects our IP. And they don't have an answer yet, or if they do have an answer, they're working on it and they haven't given it to us yet. I promise you they're working on it, though. They'd be stupid not to. They would have to have a death wish not to. Don't nitpick my analogies. Yeah, I've said for a while, Negative Charisma, what they should be doing is, they've even got an in-universe lore thing they could do, where they could have 3D printers available at their stores, and do a system where they never let you have the STL, where they keep the STL entirely within the private Games Workshop network. And then they have 3D printers at their stores, and what do they call them? What do they call them? They call them Standard Template Construct Machines. Ooh, STCs, that's a thing from Warhammer 40k. And you like go online and you go, I want this many of Orc A, and this many of Orc B, and this many of Orc C. And you send your order to the store, and the store prints them, processes them, packages them, and then you pick them up. And they never have to ship product to that store. I don't know if that's something that they could do or it's something that would be profitable. It's just an idea. I obviously don't have access to that information. They're gonna land on something like that eventually, though. I'm abusing the shit out of this poor brush. Eventually, they'll have something like that. They'll figure out a way to make it profitable. Because I'll tell you the one thing that Games Workshop is not going to do. You can fucking take this to the bank. Games Workshop is not going to stop people from 3D printing. That's simply never going to happen. QC would be a bitch, Riot Sister. Have you ever purchased Finecast from Forge World? Games Workshop knows very well that they can deliver shitty product and people will still pay for it. Jesus Christ, you should have seen the Witch King that I bought from them. A blind monkey with broken fingers could 3D print a better looking model than they sold me resin cast. There's this amazing inertia to companies, particularly in this industry, in miniature wargaming. There's this incredible inertia. Once they're established, like, fans have this insane loyalty to the brands, particularly to, like, Games Workshop. They'll put up with almost anything. And they know it. Because they control the game, and everybody plays the game, and it's risky to venture outside of the game. And you've already invested thousands of dollars in the game, so you're willing to pay a lot of money for shit product as long as it is official product. People are addicted to that branding. Oh shit, forgot around what happened. Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea too, Beaky. Be like, buy a bunch of Space Marines and we'll 3D print you a bunch of Black Templars upgrade chits, you know? Sunk cost fallacy is a hard habit to break. You're not wrong. It has led many, many men down the dark side. God damn it, to Square, you... I know what you did. I was doing really well, too. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, the Wegcom, thank you for the reminder. Inspectability was already in question. Now the check engine and airbag light are on. Come out with the brakes and rotors already knew about. Ah, that sucks, man. As is not the most catastrophic form of totaling, but ugh. That's just time catching up with you. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Now is a shitty time to be in the market for a new or used car. Everything is so fucking expensive right now, dude. Now's a bad time to be in almost any market. That undercarriage rust will get you. Those of us who live in cold climates know all about that. Time of year comes when people start salting the roads and it just, destroys the undercarriage so quickly. Speaking of salting the roads, I'm trying to jinx myself at this point by saying we're having a really mild winter. Gee, I wonder if it's ever gonna snow. By this time last year, we'd had like 3 fucking blizzards. We have had 1 light snow flurry this year, and that's it. We are in December, and it was like 65 degrees outside today. It's like spring. It's ridiculous. Actually, no, it's warmer than it usually is in the spring. Crossbow Roof, welcome in, man. Merlin Models, I absolutely will, dude. Thank you so much for stopping in. It's crazy, Data Nerd. Like, we've had none. It's been like 65 to 70 degrees for weeks. Yesterday was the coldest it's been in weeks, and it only got down to like the high 50s. This is so the wrong brush for what I'm doing. I'm just carrying forward regardless. Painting sloppy, boys. Oh yeah, the bomb blizzard was really something. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm looking back on reports. Facebook's like, oh, this time last year. I look at 2019, and yeah, we had snow like 4 feet high. Like, I had to dig a trench to get out to the bunkhouse where the game room is. And today I'm wandering around outside in a t-shirt. It's crazy. I know I'm jinxing this, but at this point I kind of hope I am, because this shit's ridiculous. On the plus side, I'm saving a lot of money on propane this year. Oh god, Dwegon, that's awful. It's just awful. That's okay, Vergatorung. It's no big deal. Let's we should go ahead and try it this week though. We'll play some of that 7 Days to Die. Cause yeah, I played some of it solo and immediately was like, this would be so much more fun like with friends. Even if we were a little bit competitive, you know? So much more fun with friends. It's a neat game. I like the concept. I won't be able to tonight, but I should be able to tomorrow. Riot Sister, are you in? You down? They're doing another closed beta that I haven't been invited to yet, Roland. I'm just kind of waiting and seeing. I'm definitely going to be playing the Cycle when it full releases, though. The Cycle Frontier. What a stressful and oddly entertaining game. But no, I don't have any details on when it might be. I feel like there are some announcements. I want to check the Cycle Frontier Discord. They're pretty good about posting announcements up there. I think what I'm doing today could be classified as brush abuse, and I don't care. Alright, come back through with a touch of white. Retire this brush for the moment. It needs to be cleaned. Yes, negative charisma. It's a lot of fun. I've seen some of the changes that they're making to the Cycle Frontier. Yeah, so you're probably thinking of the Cycle, its first incarnation, which was very kind of bright, cartoony, bouncy, more Fortnite-y. The new one, yeah, it's much more like Tarkov. It made a lot of changes to the maps and stuff since the last beta, but we had fun. We had fun for that beta. All right, let's see. Don't walk in the goddamn glass. You know what, Riot Sister? You should be glad I told you not to walk in the glass. That could have gone very poorly. You're lucky that you've got someone like me around to just order you around without any consideration for what you want to do. I do apologize for that. I just, when I'm playing the Cycle Frontier, I just fall into squad leader mode in that game. We hit the ground and I'm like, I've got the map up, I'm charting like, okay, these are the things we need to get, here are the good loot spots between us and our extraction zone, okay, we're gonna go north, we're gonna hit this, we're gonna go south, we're gonna hit this, let's go, boom. I don't even think about other people, which is probably rude of me, but, you know, I get us where we're going. You playing No Man's Sky again, Riot Sister? Freaky alien sklorping shit. Well, that is certainly a word. I keep meaning to give No Man's Sky another try. I watch Riot Sister play it, and I'm like, ooh, wow, it's changed so much. And then I get distracted playing, like, Stellaris or something. You know, in my defense, Stellaris is amazing. Stellaris stream win. Dude, Stellaris is a terrible game to stream. It's so fucking slow. Like, you would not want to watch me play Stellaris. It's not a fun experience. I've been playing a little bit of that Century Age of Ashes, which I think could be a fun game to stream, but I'm just so bad at multiplayer that I'm reluctant to do it. It's a cool game. Reminds me of old Draken. It's like a dragon-riding dogfighter multiplayer shooter. It's free to play too, which is it's a particularly good game for being free to play. Have you considered getting good? I've tried it. I'm no good at it. There should be a coma there. Yeah, I can see that. I definitely do go into a coma when I try to be good at multiplayer games. It's disgusting. I get all hyper-focused, and I still do poorly. Re-releasing the expeditions they've done. The next one is Beachhead. Main reward is a Normandy ship from Mass Effect. Really? Huh. I mean, everybody loved the idea of Star Citizen negative charisma, and nobody loves the game because it doesn't fucking exist. If people didn't love the idea, it wouldn't have been as effective a scam as it has been. I'm being harsh on the game. I know, somebody out there is about to go, it's not a scam, the game is good, it's going to be released any week now. I'm being hyperbolic. Because the development cycle on that game has been just pure nonsense. Even the defenders of the game should be able to acknowledge how silly the development cycle has been. The biggest problem I have with that game has been the willingness of its designers to accept the amount of money that they have without a product to show for it. Like, I mean, it's one thing to promise a game and then take a long time to deliver it. It's quite another thing to promise a game, take thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars based on that promise, and then take years to deliver anything even remotely playable. I think that takes some gall. $400 million? Fuck me. Fucking what the fuck? That is straight fucking insane.
I'd buy that for $1.
This entirely. Just gonna hit it a couple of times and call it good. Yeah, whatever. It's more important to me that I finish these models than that they be particularly expert level at this point. I'm continuing to experiment with just trying different things with oils that yield quick, easy results. Nothing complicated. No wild, zany blends. Just quick and easy. If Star Citizen ever delivers a truly satisfactory product at the end of all this, like something that people go, yeah, this was worth the wait, totally. And I'm not talking about the sycophantic fanboys that'll be fine with anything at all. You know who I'm talking about. You know they're out there. They release a product that the community at large is like, wow, well done, this was totally worth it. I will eat my fucking socks. Because there is no way in hell. You know, say what you will about Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous has been a playable game for years and years and years and years now. Did they deliver on all of their promises? Fuck no, they didn't. But you know what they did? They delivered on some of their promises, which in the age of Star Citizen is something to note. I don't know, guys. It's 2022, and I don't think I have any hope left anymore, just for anything. I just keep doing my art and enjoying my games, you know? The ones that exist and the ones that I can play. When it comes to pipe dreams like Star Citizen, I'm just like, nah. Same way I feel about shows. I'm like, deliver me a fully realized story with an ending, and I'll be happy. Don't feed me these promises and string me along for years. I was just posting the other day about George R.R. Martin. There's another one. That's never gonna happen. Star Citizen will come out when he releases The Winds of Winter. It's never gonna happen. I just came across somebody's thread the other day about George Martin. And it was all about, like, oh, George Martin posted to his blog that he wrote 3 words on The Winds of Winter today. That means the book's coming out tomorrow. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Somebody wrote in there something about, like, oh, he's written The Winds of Winter twice. He's written the whole book, but it's never been good enough, so he threw it out and started over. And I'm like, what the fuck are you smoking? That you can believe garbage like that? Oh, yeah, no, he wrote the whole book twice. Totally, absolutely. He's a genius. Clearly. Fucking ridiculous. It's been 10 years since A Dance with Dragons, and A Dance with Dragons was not very good. I waited 7 years for that fucking book to come out. I read it, and I was like, this kind of sucks. Feel bad about No Man's Sky. Straight up told people it's pretty much strictly an exploration game. Community whipped up this. Yeah, and that's the thing, Negative Charisma. That doesn't deserve the bad press that it's gotten because they have genuinely fixed a lot of the game and added a lot of stuff in. Like, No Man's Sky is a perfectly good game now. But yeah, it suffered from the hype elemental. Same thing happened with Cyberpunk 2077. I don't think Cyberpunk 2077 is a bad game. It wasn't even a bad game when it came out. It was rough. It needed some help. But if it had not been hyped the way that it was, people would have been much more accepting of it. In that case, I blame the fucking marketing department at CD Projekt Red. I feel like they hired some marketing professionals and they just fucked them. I don't know that that's true. That's just the feeling that I get. They promised the world, and they delivered, like, a neighborhood. And it's still, you know, a nice neighborhood. The story, that's the thing, the writing in Cyberpunk 2077 is fucking excellent. I loved all the writing, I loved all the main story quests. There's just so many other aspects of the game that were totally unpolished. And they promised way too much for what they were able to actually deliver on in a reasonable amount of time. But it was so hyped, like, it was never going to live up to that hype no matter what. They were selling exclusive versions of PCs styled after Cyberpunk, and you know who I really feel bad for in that transaction? Are the guys over at Artelsorian, or is that what it said? Artelsorian Games? Because they, you know, licensed the IP, and then they created Cyberpunk Red to be released right along with Cyberpunk 2077 as the new flagship for the tabletop role-playing game. And, like, the whole brand of Cyberpunk now suffers the toxicity of the release of Cyberpunk 2077, when they don't deserve that. They made a perfectly functional tabletop game. They're still releasing, through, Monster Fight Club, they're releasing Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone, the miniatures game. I pledged to that one. I've got a bunch of minis for that coming. Well, yeah, they made it. Crossbow Roof. Martin's hoping to die before he finishes the last book. He doesn't have to hope. People will wait literally forever. George R.R. Martin is off working on other stupid projects. That's what gets me, is people are like, oh, he's writing it any day now. I'm like, he's off writing, like, game scripts and side projects for HBO series. He doesn't give a shit. Here's the problem. You already gave George Martin all the money in the fucking world. He already has the money. What motivation does he have to finish the book series exactly? What is he going to get out of finishing the book series? A little more money? You think he gives a fuck? That man's rolling in it. I agree, Dweghom. I think the best work that George R. Martin ever did was, like, partnered with Ursula Le Guin. I don't think he's really that good a writer. What? Nerf is making Gjallarhorn? Wait, what? Hold on. Explain that to me in other words, Vergaderong. When you say Gjallarhorn, I think Iron-Blooded Orphans. That can't be right. That's something else, clearly. From Destiny? Okay. Oh, that makes more sense. I'm like, that doesn't... Why would... Huh? What? The fuck? Oh my god, I almost choked. Excuse me. Rubik's Cube? Thank you so much for the raid, man. How's things? How was your stream, my friend? What were you working on over there? I didn't get a chance to stop in before I started my own. Thank you so much for that shout out, Data Nerd. $160 for a fucking Nerf gun. You know, I'll design you one to 3D print for $160 fucking dollars. Jesus. Things are things. Truer words have rarely been spoken. Did you get some good work done? I hope you did. I hope you met your goals for tonight, at least. But yeah, Vergaderong, we don't live in the age of... We lived for a while there in the age of fandom. And the age of fandom has become the age of licensing and branding. And that's where we're at now. And I hate to be the one to tell you this, but the age of licensing and branding is a fucking nightmare. So, welcome to that. Finished a Doom Demon and was working on Wrath of Kings. A Doom Demon. Were you working on one of the ones from the board game? Out of curiosity? I'd love to see it. Rubik's Cube, if you felt like posting your work from tonight over in the Storm Report on my Discord, we could take a look at it towards the end of the stream. I'd love to see it. And just in case there's anybody here who doesn't know about the Storm Report, I should go ahead and let you know. We do an art review, sort of community art share segment at the end of every single stream we do here at Thunderhead Studio. If you'd like to participate, if you would like to share, I would love to see what you're working on. It's so easy to do. All you have to do is pop on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord. It's a good Discord, I swear. We're not just trying to lure you in. Go ahead and hit !Discord in chat, or click on the button down there beneath my smiling face. Jump into the channel marked The Storm Report and post up. It's up to 2 pictures tonight because we had an unscheduled cancellation for the last stream, but generally it's 1. Follow the rules, please. Nothing that violates TOS. And we'll take a look at it at the end of tonight's stream. I'd love to see what you're working on. You have questions? Oh, I may have answers. I can't promise that I do. Or if I have answers, I can't promise that they're good answers. How about that? Yeah, this is some of the laziest painting, and I'm just, you know what? Fuck it. I don't give a shit. This is what we're doing. The rules are there for all of our protection, Rubiks. How do we feel about this? How do we feel about this Shadowhawk? Outside of a little bit of weathering and the lensing on the laser, I think I'm about ready to go, yeah, I'm done with this. A little bit of weathering. I think a little bit of sponged weathering and like some soot around the barrel are what's really going to sell it, you know? But for the overall amount of invested effort, I'm very happy with it. The Space Hawk, or Space Gawk, as Riot's sister has newly dubbed it. Let's evolve the meme, shall we? The Space Gawk. Alright, so what's left on the blockhead and the trench foot are I need to refresh their magenta and then I need to give them some yellow. So I'm going to give them a little rest for the moment and come back to my militia, because I've still got some work to do on them. But if I can get the rest of them up to the standard of this Shadowhawk, I'm feeling pretty good about this lance. They recently did a tube-fed backpack version of the Jupiter. Oh, that's a gun. Oh, I was like... When you said a tube-fed backpack version of the Jupiter, do you know what I pictured, Dweghom? I pictured... I pictured an Elegoo Jupiter 3D printer that you wear on your back for travel that has like a reservoir where you plug in resin and it's tube fed and it prints while you wear it. That's what popped into my head. That's fucking insane. But that's what my brain did. How do I feel about the Anycubic Mono 4K? I don't have any personal experience with it. My broad opinion of Anycubic is that they are a perfectly fine brand that uses proven technologies that are common to most 3D printers of that style. It has a 4K screen, a mono 4K screen. I mean, that's good. Without any personal experience with it, I believe it to be a fine printer. I've seen results that people have gotten off of it that have been really, really nice. I have no reason to say that it is bad or that you would be poorly served by choosing it. Yeah, Dweghom, you're thinking of the... I think it is actually called the Jupiter, isn't it? I think that's why I thought of that. The new Elegoo Jupiter that they just kickstarted. That is a lot of sloshing. That's a whole lot of sloshing. You know what, Hamburg? I'm going to check that in just a second. Folks, bear with me for just a moment. I'm going to take a short break. I need to stretch my legs. I need to do a quick bio break. I'll just be a couple of minutes. Rubik's Cube, hold on to those questions for just a second. I'll be happy to answer them for you. I will make it quick. See you in just a second. happy, man. Oh, Coral. Thank you so much for that resub, man. Oh, Coral, thank you. Honestly, like, I gave you a lot of shit. I gave you a lot of shit, oh, Coral, but... I've been here a long time, man. 22 months. Bada boom, bada bing, as he says. Thank you so much for the support, man. Gus Schultz, how you doing today? Damn it, I still haven't gotten pictures. I still haven't gotten pictures of the model that Gus Schultz painted for me. I'll have to do that tonight. I gotta kind of clear out and clean out my my photo tent. It's full of dust right now and it looks awful. I gotta pull out the velvet and give it a full clean down before I do any more pictures. Gus Schultz, how you doing today, man? How goes the projects? Eventually, I'm gonna paint my own version of. I've got him here. I realize I can show. This is Gus Schultz painted up this derelict Dugram for me. This derelict Shadowhawk. And such a really nice job with the faded paint and all the accumulated dirt and the weathering pigments and the glass. I'm not even gonna try to go into the process that Gus explained to me is how he does the broken glass. Like, I think it was like he laid down tape and then like crushed up light bulbs and laid out the glass in a sheet and then put epoxy over it and then peeled it up so it's like this sheet of actual broken, like it's fucking crazy. And then he cut out the cockpit panels and actually put that in there, so there's like little panes of broken glass. It's pretty intense. All in all, did a really, really fantastic job on this whole figure. Eventually I'm gonna have to paint one of this for myself. Like, making this model was the reason that I learned how to make mechs. I started with the Griffin as a tester. I moved on to the Shadowhawk specifically so I could make this pose of this figure, and then I just kind of kept going, and I never paused long enough to paint it. I've made so many more things than I've painted. It's so... oh god, what does that say about me? I don't know. Gus, that's fucking awesome, man, and thank you for doing that. Planning to paint for the dock base. Yeah, I've been watching that build come together. I like watching Gus work. It's the old-fashioned stuff, and I really dig it. Real hands-on DIY work. Very respectable. Black velvet Elvis background on my next mech picture. Yeah. So, you know what I actually have? It's not velvet. It's not velvet, but I do have from the mid-1970s a blacklight poster of Middle-earth that my uncle, who was really, really into The Lord of the Rings, picked up when it was new and just sort of stuffed away in a corner out here. And I found it. And I want to get it framed and like mounted in a back set frame with a black light inside the frame shining up at it. It's pretty cool. Oh, fuck. Stretching. Okay. Yeah, he really does. That I'm still, my mind is still kind of blown by the Imperial Knight. This is, to date, this is the only one of my Shadowhawks, my Dugrams that I've actually painted. And it took me a while to get to this pose. It came together nice, though. Riot Sister. It's a square, thank you. Need to fix my pillow. What's going on the rest of that, Gus Schultz? I've seen the dock base. What's going on the dock? Move these mechs back here. I'm going to print up these guys' bases tonight so I can actually get them put down on it. Because these guys are going to go on like a red Martian. In fact, they're going to go on... Can't really see the details because I've only put down a brown. But they're going to go on these bases. And I'm going to do them in like a red Martian dirt. And then come in and there's a lot of little rocks. I'm going to try to do those in like a obsidian black. And then once these guys are mounted on there, I'm going to give them kind of a dusting of weathering pigments. That real ruddy red. They need some more vibrant warmth in there, you know? Oh, I've still got that sale link up. That might not be true anymore if anybody clicks on that looking for the Steel Warrior Studios sale. I don't know if the sale's still running. It might be, it might not be, but I need to fix that. Rowdy Ruddy Red, Rowdy Roddy Piper. Oh, rest in peace, Roddy Piper. Maniac loves you. Till the 20th? Okay, then it is. Never mind. Fucking ignore me. Plank Walker? We always have a spot saved for you, my friend. Get a little bit more titanium white. I do need to try some other brands of oil paint. I'm finally starting to... I mean, here's the thing. I bought these oil paints, like, late last year, almost. And I've been really using them for the last few months, like, regularly. A titanium white is my most used color. I've used it over and over. I've filled multiple bottles that I then thinned. I use it in almost everything that I paint. This is how much of the tube I've used. This is only rolled over, like, I think 3 times. I fucking love oil paints.
Welcome
I
back
spend so
to 50
little money
Shades
on them.
Of coal gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
We do need to get... I think that the next step for Chaotic Harmony is like the Oil Painting Chronicles. 50 Shades of Payne's Gray. Is the most logical way that we can go, I think. So, the tube acrylics are really interesting to me, Negative Charisma. There are some tube acrylics that Duncan Rhodes has been working with that I find fascinating. I have not used them. I'm still very much sold on oils at the moment, but I find the tube acrylics fascinating. I've seen really good results out of them. It is going to be in just about 40 minutes, Mafik. What about oils do I find superior to acrylics? So I think superior is the wrong word to use. They're different. They're better at some things. They're worse at others. The easiest thing to point out that acrylics or that oils do better than acrylics is blending. Blending with acrylics is you've got to put in some work. You have to use a method of blending, and you have to be doing it very much on purpose. You got to decide, do I want a wet blend? Do I want to layer? Like, how do I want to blend my colors together? Oils just blend. Oils blend even if you don't want them to blend. Oils blend so smoothly and so easily that if you're not careful about how you blend them, they will do... I like how Matt Yee says it. You're just making mud at a certain point, where all your colors blend together into one big muddy mess, and it's completely indistinct. There are no color transitions. It's just mud. You're just making mud. Oils blend just because of the nature of how they work. So if you want to do nice blended paint jobs, oils are kind of the way to go. Like this, like what I'm doing here, I'm not trying. I'm not trying at all. This white is just blending into this yellow ochre. I have to try not to blend it. I have to be careful about where I put it. They have much longer working times, to the point that I have to make modifications to the way that I'm putting down my colors if I want my oils to dry, to cure, inside of 48 hours. So, one thing that oils are not good at that acrylics are good at... See, I think that acrylics are where most painters should be. Because most of us are... It's not that you can't do this with oils. Most of us are just, like, I've got 10 Space Marines and I need them to not be gray. And with acrylics, you can just, like, base, Dry brush, wash, couple details, boom, I'm done. I can play with them tomorrow. With oils, you don't, like, you want to paint them and you don't want to be using them inside of the next 48 hours. You want to really let them cure and give them time. But at the same time, that gives you time to work on your techniques and to make little changes. Yeah, exactly. And when you want to be able to dry brush for 48 hours. And I personally have been exploring... The providence of oil painting has largely been like... Well, I'll tell you the other thing. Oil paints... let's talk strengths and weaknesses. This could be either a strength or a weakness, depending on how you look at it. When you buy oil paint, you are buying a much more directly pigmented product. Oil paints are usually named after the precise pigment that is in them, and you need to have a knowledge of how to blend color together to get the final color that you want. There are overall fewer tubes of oil paint, fewer varieties of oil paint than there are acrylic paint. If you look at things like Reaper, there's Dragon Black, and there's Lich Black, and there's this black, and there's that, and there's Blue Black, and there's Coal Black, and there's Green Black, and blah blah blah, and that's then there's your blacks, then there's all your whites, then there's your grays. There's all these little fine blendings of pigment to get all these very precise colors, and that's great if you're doing like a paint by numbers approach, where someone tells you how to paint a mini, and you're like, I do this color, I wash with this, I dry brush with this color, I do this color, boom, I'm done, I'm out of there, I'm gone. With oils, it's a bit more organic. It helps to have a color wheel and some understanding of how your colors are going to blend together. So, you know, it depends on what you're trying to do, how much effort you want to put in, what kind of results you're looking to get. I find that to be a strength because I am encouraged to understand the colors I'm using more. You can also generally get more vibrant colors out of oil than you might expect. Really, really easy to desaturate acrylics. And I'm doing like the sloppiest, shittiest oil painting I can possibly muster, basically. And kind of liking the results. If you are interested in painting techniques like the Zorn palette, oil painting is the way to go. If you want to learn how to achieve complex results using only like 4 colors, oil is where you want to be. I wouldn't try that with acrylics. You can, but yeah. Black is a bad example, pun expected, because black doesn't really exist as a pigment. There are a lot of different kinds of black. There are warm blacks, there are cool blacks, there are so many options. I think that was maybe the worst example I could give. One of the reasons I like oil has to do with the fact that I stream. And I don't have to worry at all about my paint drying at any point. Like, I don't have to use a wet palette or anything for oil paints, because none of this paint is going to dry before tomorrow. And that's even when I've taken steps to leach the medium out of it so that it cures faster. You know, you just get used to that, Dwegom. You really just get used to it. You kind of learn to let go. Not expect such precision from yourself. Try to take each step, you know, as it comes. Black with black polka dots, that's my favorite one. Yeah, that's something to consider when you're doing black pigments, though, pun expected, is oftentimes you're mixing black with something else, and how it mixes with other colors is going to depend on what black pigments you're using. I have found that ivory black is a really good mixer. It's fairly transparent, but it's good at tinting. I found that lamp black is much more opaque, and it's good for really laying down a true black or for lining. A little while ago I figured out that one was warm and one was cool, and I forgot which one. So I won't make that claim. Yeah, negative charisma. This is like, again, you have to try not to blend. A good way to think about it is that with oil paints, with acrylics, you're often laying down a layer of paint, and then that layer cures / dries very, very quickly, and then you're putting another layer of paint over top of it, and depending on how opaque it is, you're going to get a blend because the colors are filtering through one another, but you're building up layers and layers and layers of paint. When you're oil painting, for the most part, you're going to wind up with very few layers of actual paint. It's pretty much one layer, and inside of that layer, because it doesn't cure, you're able to then mix and blend pigments inside of that layer. So you have a much thinner application of paint overall, and all of your pigments are blended together. It helps me when I'm streaming because I'm able to get distracted by topics and talk about them for a while and then come back to it, and my paint hasn't dried on my brush, which happened a lot when I was doing acrylics more regularly. Don't get me wrong, I still love acrylic paint, and I always recommend if someone's like, I want to start miniature painting, I'm like, start with acrylics. Start with acrylics. There's more resources for it. It's simpler to get into. You don't have to handle anywhere near as many chemicals. You don't have to know as much about color blending, and you can use the Games Workshop painting approach, which is like, it's one of my favorite things that happened when I was still working at a game shop, was when they started simplifying their heavy metal paint jobs and giving lists of paints on the boxes. So someone would come in and be like, I'm buying these Eldar Guardians, I want to paint them like they look on the box, how do I do it? And I'd take the box and I go, this color, this color, this color, this color, that's this one, this one, this one, and this one, you buy these, you do it in this order, good luck. Manro Fasal, you have a fantastic night, dude. Thank you so much for stopping in, it's always a pleasure to see you, man. I hope to see you again Thursday. I love that paint by numbers approach. Not everybody wants to spend much, no, but not everybody wants to think about what they're doing when they're painting. Sometimes you just want some painted figures. You don't necessarily want to pay somebody to do it. You just want the simplest method to get decent looking results so you can play your game and not look like an idiot. And that method is perfect for that. I didn't get this arm attached very well, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it works, Rubik's Cube. Well done. Room temperature black.
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
Dwegham, I wouldn't read any of that into what I'm saying. At all. Because I completely respect that approach. That's why I say we're all looking for different things. If that sounds bad to you, consider looking into more advanced techniques. Not everybody gives a shit about painting, and why should you? I love painting myself, but maybe you just want to play the fucking game. There's nothing wrong with that. We all gotta start somewhere. I mean, ultimately, I'm not trying to do works of art with most of my pieces. I'm just trying to paint game pieces because I like to play the games. I just kind of have slowly advanced in my own standards and what I want to bring to the table. And lately I've been experimenting, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm not doing high quality paint jobs on these militia. I'm doing fairly quick and easy and effective paint jobs using oils because I'm curious what kind of paint jobs I can achieve with oil while still being very lazy about the whole process. And so far the answer is pretty good. You know, that's just the learning process, Rubik's. You're gonna make a mess at first. Just stick with it. It'll come to you. One of the mistakes that I made in the beginning is over blending. I still do it. You don't need a lot of blending. You still want to leave big areas of shadow, because if you don't have that contrast, it's not really going to pop. A rule that I always like to apply to all my painting that you can keep in mind is the average viewing distance rule, or the 3 to 5 foot rule, or the arm's length rule. Most of the time, if you're doing competition pieces, you want to paint right here and you want it to look good like right here. If you're painting game pieces, you want to hold your shit at arm's length periodically and ask yourself, does this look good? Because this is the average distance you're going to see that model from. Make a mess, just clean up after. CyberFox Studios makes a good point. With oils, it's much easier to clean up simple mistakes. You can be a lot sloppier with oils, which I've been enjoying more lately. It's taken me a while to get used to the idea and to let myself be more relaxed about it. And I'm still not really quite there, but I like it. Makes me feel more free. It makes me feel more like I'm doing art. Which sometimes I like to pretend I'm an artist. I would take another beer. It's true, Rubik's Cube. Like I said, you just know what you're shooting for and know what your target is. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Know what you're trying to do before you start, and it's a lot easier. And don't hold yourself to too high a standard either. If you're finding yourself frustrated with a paint job, drop your target until you're hitting it. Get the model done, move it out, focus on doing better on the next one. It's more important that you do more work than that you get glommed down and bogged down trying to perfect one thing. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And one thing that I always like to remember is the master has failed more times than the apprentice has tried. So keep trying. Who are you painting for? What are you painting for? These are good questions, CyberFox. Because yeah, are you painting because you're entering a contest? Are you painting because you're trying to work on a new technique? Are you painting because there's a game in a week and there's a 3-color minimum on your kill team? These are all very different circumstances. So know what you're trying to do. What I'm trying to do with these guys is I'm just trying new things, new brush strokes, different levels of cure between blending sessions, trying to yield the fastest and simplest way of batch painting models with oils, because I like the vibrancy and the contrast that I get out of it. There you go, negative charisma. Now you're cooking with gas. If there are no contests locally, but you want to be in some, run them. Make them happen. If you paint it, they will come. Doesn't actually make any sense, but it sounds good. That's not quite what I wanted. go. Hey, Raven Cat, how you doing? Well, I don't plunder the dead, as far as I know. I do draw the line at grave robbing, to be fair. How you doing, Raven Cat? How's business? How's tricks? I think I saw some of your Dark Souls work the other day. I can't remember where I saw it. Still end up burning myself out. You know what, Avash? Don't beat yourself up. Burnout happens to everybody. Don't burn yourself out, or not don't burn yourself out. Don't beat yourself up for getting burnt out. Accept that it happens, and find your way of getting back on the horse. For some of us, myself included, my way of getting back on the horse is go do something else for a while. Pick something that I am passionate about, that I do feel like working on, and go work on that until the fire comes back for painting. If you try to force it, you're just going to make the burnout worse, in my experience. You know, that's how it's worked for me anyway. So find what works for you, man. Not at all, WJ. I appreciate your lurk, man. Fuck yeah, Dweghom. Get after it. I look forward to seeing it, man. Have a great night. Finished exam week, now in grading hell, building astronaut models for Lunar. Played some Dark Souls, got some ruined monastery terrain to make it look rad. Nice. Yeah, I feel like what I saw was a board layout with some of your minis and some terrain actually on it, and it looked great. Again, I can't remember where I saw it. I feel like maybe Instagram? I don't know. Maybe it was on somebody's stream. Who the hell knows? My brain's going. Turn into mush. You know, CyberFox, I try to refrain. Well, okay. Admittedly, this is more true since I've started 3D printing. And now I 3D print fucking everything. But I try to refrain from starting over on models. If I fuck up a model, I just live with the paint job that I did, and I try to do better on the next one, is my strategy. But again, that is more true now that I 3D print virtually everything. Because with a 3D printer, you can mess up and you can just toss a model in the damn trash and make a new one, and it's easier than stripping the paint off it. There you go, Rubik's Cube. It's genius. It might have been in a Discord. I'm not good at Instagram. I post things to Instagram, but I'm not, like, good at it. I don't know how people get so much engagement on there. I'm not good at social media. I think the time has come for me to accept that I'm just, like, I'm right at that cutoff point where there are people older than me who are better at social media, but broadly speaking, I'm kind of too old for a lot of it. Not too old to understand how it works. There's definitely people who are too old to even, like, grasp how it functions. Like, I get it. I just don't have the whatever. I don't have the fire. I don't have la passion. that makes people good at engaging with people via social media. It fucking wears me out. Told to pick one up for your Christmas presents. Rubik's Cube, I'm happy to answer any questions you have about 3D printing. If you're looking at that mono 4K, you can definitely do worse. Depends on how much money you want to spend. There's nothing wrong with going with a slightly cheaper print. Here's the thing, like, once you get up to the mono 4K region, like, from 2K to 4K, is there a difference, particularly for minis? I mean, yes, but at the same time, like, you're gonna get good results even with a 2K. The chutzpah. Yeah, there you go. Corbin, my man. I mean, I got no fire. I mean, I quit smoking. If I knew, Father, you smoke? Corbin, my man. Oh my God. Yeah, I just post pictures to Instagram and I pray that the algorithm smiles on me. Like, that's the best I got. Yeah, I avoid that, Beaky. There's a certain level of engagement that I see what I should do. Should, big air quotes. I should track what's popular and paint that. I should post every day. And to that I say, no. I'm going to paint what I want to paint, and I'm going to post pictures of it when I fucking feel like posting it, and I'm going to try to at least post one thing a week. That's my strategy. Past that, it can all get fucked. If it takes more than that to engage with people, then I'm just not going to do it. And that's the part where I say maybe I'm too old. Because that's my attitude, and that is the attitude of like an old man. I don't understand it, and I don't like it. I'm not gonna engage with it. I go outside, and I go down to the community center. That's how you're supposed to meet people. Head down to the VFW and show them my pictures. We could do something about all these goddamn teenagers skateboarding on my sidewalk. They're fucking Vovo birds and the Pac-Man video games. Alright, let's do a little bit of leather work on these guys. Which, I did like an alternate sort of leather work on my previous round of these guys, but I didn't like it. So... looking for Terra Rosa. What you downloading, Ren? God, Beaky, I feel that so much, dude. I am such a fucking contrarian, and it's not like, you know, it's hard because like I don't try, and I know that like sounds like part of the persona. I'm like, I don't even try to be a contrarian. I was a contrarian before it was cool to be a contrarian. Like, I don't do it to be cool like you guys. I do it because I genuinely don't fucking care. Like, that sounds so fucking smug and ridiculous to say. But there's truth in it. I have a natural aversion to doing what everybody's doing. And I'll admit it, it's just because it's what everybody's doing. I don't have an explanation for it. Maybe it's rooted to something in my childhood. I don't fucking know. It's just how I feel. I'm just nervous about bandwagons. I don't know. I've been on too many bandwagons. Most of them suck. So when I see one, I'm like naturally suspicious. I resisted Conquest because of that, because this was gaining in popularity, and I was like, I don't know about all these people doing Conquest. It's probably dumb. I tried it, and I happened to actually love it. You absolutely misheard, Dark Fox. I did not say that. Rubik's Cube, I have an Elegoo Mars and an Elegoo Mars 2, and I love them. If that is what you wound up going with, you would not be going wrong by any stretch of the imagination. I'm like a weird sort of contrarian. I'm like a compulsive contrarian. Here's the thing. I don't think I'm cool for being a contrarian. I circle back on the fucking wheel of mental health to being like a self-loathing contrarian. I'm like, I don't do things because they're popular, and then I make fun of myself for being a fucking hipster for not doing things because they're popular. It's the worst of both worlds. I don't even get to feel smug about the bullshit that I pull. I just feel like an idiot. But you know what? I was into a lot of popular things before they were popular, damn it. Fuck. Nobody listens to me in the years prior when I'm like, hey, you guys gotta check this thing out. And then everybody, like, you know, Henry Cavill does it, and suddenly everybody's on board. What does Henry Cavill have that I don't have? You know? I mean... you know, almost everything. But that's not the point. That's not the point that I'm making. Yeah. Body, looks, sense of humor. God damn it. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, fair enough. Bad example. These are the situations I get myself into. Goes by his own name online. That's an oddly specific one, Sumatha. You don't know that. That could be a pen name. His real name could be like Chuck Dursley. It looks like a Chuck to me. I'd buy that. Like Cletus Cavill, maybe. Paint a Witcher mini and send it to him. Yeah, that would only be like the 30,000th one that he gets this month. His real name is Kenry Cavill. Money, looks, charisma, career, abs, biceps that you have to reload. Yeah, okay, the list is endless, really, when it comes down to it. But, you know, other than all those things... Okay, bad example. And yes, I know that in that movie, whatever Mission Impossible movie he was in, he wasn't reloading his biceps. He was breaking out the seams of his button-up shirt. He did this little double punch real quick. He was just ripping the seams of his shirt so that he could fight more effectively. But it looked like he was reloading his arms, and it was amazing. Blast hard cheese. Dirk Hardback. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. That's where we're going, apparently. tank squat thrust. You see the list of names the main protagonist is given during Mystery Science 3000's riffing of Space Mutiny. Did they do Space Mutiny? I haven't seen their riff on Space Mutiny. Weirdly, I've seen Space Mutiny, but I haven't seen their riff on it. Is the Netflix Mystery Science Theater coming back? I was surprised at how much I enjoyed that. I actually thought it was pretty good. I don't remember the name of the new guy, but he was pretty solid. Oh, fantastic. Like, I'm such a fucking hipster, I'll even, like, outside of the incredibly toxic instances where people have made fun of her, like, I'm not a huge fan of Felicia Day. I liked her when she first showed up on the scene as part of, you know, like, Dr. Horrible's sing-along weblog, but I never really got the hype. And when they announced that she was going to be replacing the villain, she was going to be playing the villain role in Mystery Science Theater on Netflix, I was like, oh, Felicia Day, oh. She does a good job. She's actually pretty goddamn funny. I will eat that particular crow. I was a contrarian bitch about it, and I was wrong. Crunch butt steak. This is getting real weird. Real weird, real fast.
Ass crackling thunder spunk. Yeah!
Reef blast by. Liked her in the Guild. I never continued with the Guild. I feel like I watched the first season of the Guild. I feel like they made more, but I never watched it. Roland, we usually don't start the Storm Report for like another 20 minutes after I've been busy talking about just nonsense. I'll finish laying down this quick leather application on these militia, and then we'll roll right into it. I'll speed it up. But yes, 8:30 is usually the start time for the Storm Report, or at least it is the ideal start time for the Storm Report. Number of times we've actually started at 8:30, relatively few and far between, but we try. You know, you gotta aim for something. Shoot for the stars, and hopefully you make it to the moon. Yeah, Avash, that was probably the peak of when I was paying any attention to Felicia Day, was when she was doing board game reviews with Will Wheaton. I kind of soured on Will Wheaton. There's nothing really against the guy. I actually quite like Will Wheaton. I've liked him for most of my life. I was one of the rare Unicorns, who was a fan of Star Trek The Next Generation, and didn't have anything against Wesley Crusher, like, I really kind of liked him. Okay, Wesley Crusher had some of the worst fucking episodes of TNG. I'm not gonna pretend like he didn't. He did. But he had some really fucking good ones, too. The First Duty, Final Mission. I think it was called Final Mission, the one where they crash land on the planet and they have to get to water, but there's like a force field around it with Captain Picard and random guy who dies. He had some really, really good episodes when he wasn't being fucking annoying and when they weren't writing him to just be better than everybody at literally everything. And I watched a lot of his early stuff when he was doing geeky shit. And the point where I kind of soured on him, I can point to the exact moment, was when he started just gushing nonsense about how amazing Star Trek Picard was. Yes, thank you for answering that, by the way, Data Nerd. That is accurate Rubik's Cube. I like water soluble. It's a little bit more expensive, but I always tell people when they note that it's a little bit more expensive than regular, is that if you're doing normal resins, you're also going to have to purchase high percentage isopropyl alcohol and possibly acetone. And when you factor that in, the cost is actually pretty much the same, and you don't have to handle those chemicals. I strongly recommend water washable. For everything small, if you want to print large objects or solid objects, or you want to do like tanks or anything that you have to hollow, I would not use water washable. It is not very good at anything that has to be hollowed or is too big. It does very good at small, solid items. But yeah, he started gushing about Star Trek Picard, and it was just like so fucking fake. Oh, it's the most amazing show ever. Oh, it's gonna change everything. It's the best. I hate that show. And I just was like, and my mouth contracted into a sphincter, and I stopped watching him. That's a silly thing to have a grudge over, I realize, but I'm not over Star Trek Picard. Maybe at some point I will be able to see past my nerd rage, and I'll start watching him again. Who knows? I forgive him ultimately, though, because I'm sure he got paid just the he probably got paid more money to push Star Trek Picard than I will ever make in my life. So, how much can I really fault him? That's not allowed, Roland. We don't do that here. You know, that's the thing, though. You know, I forgive that, Cyberfox Studios, because what else is he really gonna do? Having a public persona is hard, and I would encourage you to think about it from his perspective. Like, people shower praise on him all day long, and there's only so far that, like, putting on... people respond to bravado. It's a weird thing, but it's like the more ego you have, the more people respond to that. I would make comments about current politics, but I have a policy against doing that. I would just say that there are other areas of life where you can look to people just having a big personality, having a lot of ego. It draws people in. Not everybody. But, you know, from a purely economic standpoint, I get why he acts that way. And, you know, people shower adoration on him. Can you tell him that he's wrong when he's doing as well with it as he is? I certainly can't. I can say maybe I don't like it, but I can't say that he's wrong. Because again, that motherfucker makes more money on a single endorsement than I will ever make in my life. And while that may make me sick for reasons that aren't really related to him, it's just true. I haven't had any issues with brittleness in my water washable stuff, Rubik's. If it's well cured, I have not had any issues. I've heard other people have issues. I can't speak to that. I personally have not. That's the part that I actually really... Like, at this point, Riot Sister, my favorite things from Will Wheaton are a lot of his, like, blog essays on dealing with mental health issues. And complain all you want about his public persona, I identify with a lot of what he writes in a more serious tone. And I think that makes me more sympathetic to his whole online persona. I don't know, I even when I don't like everything that Will Wheaton's doing, I think I really do kind of like him as a person. I identify with a lot of the problems that he has had in his life, and I respect the way that he's dealt with them. Can you imagine how big a balls it would take being Wesley Crusher to go into an interview with Patrick Stewart that they signed you up for to talk about CBS All Access's Star Trek Picard and go, Patrick, it's great to see you. It's so amazing seeing you again after working with you for like 7 years on The Next Generation. Please sit down, have a seat. So this new show of yours is trite fucking garbage. Can we talk about that? Like, can you, do I really expect him to do that? It's so much more complicated than that, you know? Do I recommend a curing station? I have the Elegoo the Elegoo Mercury 1, which is just a curing station. It's not a wash station, and I love it. I do recommend either build your own or buy a Mercury 1. Personally, I found that the Mercury 1 was priced such that I could maybe save $10 by building my own, and the time invested in building it was not worth the $10 to me. Or rather, it was worth the $10, so I just bought it. And I love that thing. It's very, very simple and straightforward and effective. And it is absolutely worth it to have control over the direction and length of exposure in a very precise way. I used to cure just by setting things on my windowsill, and I got markedly better results after I stopped doing that. Fuck yeah, Ren. How's that Kickstarter going? Arkrave, welcome in. Good to see you. I'm just complaining about stuff. You know, for all I complain, guys, I'm actually a pretty easygoing person. I know, I bitch a lot. I believe that, Riot Sister. From the impression I get and everything I've heard about Will Wheaton, he's like a really cool dude. On a personal level, he's really a very alright fellow, and I respect the hell out of him for that. I just loathe Star Trek Picard and everything that it has done to one of my favorite series. And that's just a part of a process that I've been going through lately where I'm learning to let go of everything that I love. I'm taking lessons. Some of the worst advice I've ever heard from Yoda in Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Learn to let go of everything that you fear to lose. I'm having to do that. Star Trek is on that list. I have to just let go because it doesn't care what I think of it. And it's not going to change. So I just got to deal with that. I complain about it, but I'm under no delusions that my complaints are going to change anything. I think there are a lot of people out there on the internet who build their personas around complaining about things who are under the impression that if they complain enough, if they rally the fans enough, things might change. And I'm just like, no, that's insane. They don't give a shit. Their marketing algorithms are so far past our YouTube complaint videos now, guys. Seek out the things that you love. It's basically the same thing, Riot Sister. You can get the Mercury one for like $30, and it's a solar-powered turntable inside of a mirrored chamber with a couple of high-powered UV light strips in there. Yeah, exactly, Vergata. The UV light powers it. Yeah, Rubik's Cube, but I don't got that much honey in me, man. Besides, fuck flies. Stupid fucking flies. I'll be the first to admit, like, I I have found peace in hating certain things. And this might sound backwards to you. This might sound backwards to you, Time Stop, because I actually like what JJ's done with Star Trek, but that's another conversation. Not all of it, but a lot of it. There are a lot of things in this world that frustrate me on a lot of levels. I don't talk about politics. I don't talk about the state of the world in here, because it's not what we're here to do. We're here to paint minis. We're here to have fun, and I don't want to drag that shit in here. Mostly because I know that probably a lot of us disagree on a lot of things like that, because that's the state of the world right now. So why should we go looking for the things that separate us when right now we're unified by something that we all love in the form of miniature painting and gaming? Let's focus on those things that bring us together and not the things that we know will tear us apart. I complain about things like Star Trek, like Dune, like Star Wars, like the latest video games, like trends in social media. I complain about these things because they don't fucking matter. Because they don't matter. They don't matter at all. They're meaningless. I can sit here all day and go, Alex Kurtzman is the fucking devil and he's bending Star Trek over and fucking it in front of us and it's terrible. And Patrick Stewart should be ashamed of himself for that one scene in that one episode. Because it doesn't fucking matter. It's meaningless. I can be as angry about it as I want. And the worst case scenario is someone's going to go, I disagree with this guy, and he's being mean to my favorite show. Nyeh. They're not going to feel deeply offended. They're not going to feel attacked as human beings. They're not going to feel... I try not to make people feel unwelcome even when I disagree with them. We don't complain about the Cycle Frontier because it does matter. Yeah, if you complain about the Cycle Frontier, you can get the fuck out. The Cycle Frontier is fucking perfect. It's the most meaningful thing in my life, and I will come to your house, and I won't do any of that. No, that's not going to happen. Thanks for playing that with me, by the way, Ren. I know that we had a bad experience, but I appreciate you taking to the planet with me and trying. I complain about, like, everything. I mean, yeah. Look. I have to fake a personality somehow, okay? Give me a break. When there's nothing interesting about you, sometimes all you have is tearing down the accomplishments of others, alright? You shut the hell up, Time Stop. God damn it. What? No, okay, you found like the one thing that still pisses me off. I just don't even... Ugh.
Elbow rocket! Now!
I truly love, with every fiber of my being in the most uncynical possible way, and with every single beat of my heart, I love Pacific Rim. It's a great movie. It is a inspiring and completely uncynical film. Whether you think it's stupid or not is irrelevant. I challenge anyone to prove to me that Pacific Rim has an ounce of cynicism anywhere in it. It is nothing but good, positive feelings, uplifting themes and narratives, and unifying rhetoric. There's nothing negative about it, and I loathe what happened to Pacific Rim 2. But at the same time, I acknowledge that it wouldn't happen unless Guillermo del Toro was genuinely disinterested in even continuing with it, so, you know, nothing's really lost. At least the anime is better than the Power Rangers commercial was the second Pacific. Calling it a Power Rangers commercial is being unfair to Power Rangers. I fucking love Power Rangers. Fucking love Power Rangers. Alright, chat, I got one for you. You ready for this? You ready for this, chat? I don't think you're fucking ready for this. Best Power Rangers series, go. Not Super Sentai, I'm talking Power Rangers. What's the best Power Rangers series? We're gonna start it. We're gonna start it, Riot Sister. I'm finishing this up. Almost done. Well, you already know my answer, Roland. That's cheating. You've been through this cycle before. I don't even know Lightspeed Rescue is the best. It's just probably my favorite. Power Rangers Picard. Oh. Okay, you know what? I set myself up for that. I got no one to blame but myself. I set him up. How can I expect you not to knock him down? That's not inaccurate, Rubik's Cube. And I think that ripoff is actually being kind. What Power Rangers was is something that has almost never been equaled before. Like, it was just straight up the same footage with a new story and some new action written on top of it. It's so far beyond being a ripoff. It transcends being a ripoff. But why not Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog? Because nobody fucking watched Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog. You know who watched Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog to Square? Like, you and me. That's it. That's everybody. You, me, and fucking Evan from Walter's Workshop. We're the only people who watch that show. And he's probably the only one who watched Super Samurai Cyber Squad or Big Bad Beetleborgs. Alright, cleaning my brushes. We'll go ahead and roll on over into the Storm Report. Got actually a good amount of work done tonight. I'm feeling pretty good about. Not too many brushes that need cleaning. These are all still good. I can set them aside. Adrian Techno, welcome in. Beaky, those are all real things, I swear to God. VR Troopers, Big Bad Beetleborgs, Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog. These all happened. There's still good cartoons, Rubik's Cube. There are plenty of good cartoons. Have you watched, fucking Braves? Nobody watched Brave Star. What the fuck are you talking about? I can't even remember the last time I thought about Brave Star. Oh my god. Oh, so much is flooding back. Holy crap, man. Have you watched Voltron Legendary Defender on Netflix? It's excellent. I really liked Legendary Defenders. Or Legendary Defender. It came apart a little bit in the last season, but it was like, well, let's just end the show. So they went ahead and did. There's a Twitch channel that streams Brave Star? Seriously? That's amazing. That's unthinkable. Oh my god. It's good. It is respectful of the original Voltron. Of course, Rubik's Cube, you probably know that Voltron that we got in America was just a fucking mess. It was a mixture of Go Lion and I can't remember the name of the other show. Literally scenes from different shows intercut with one another and a new plot written on top of that. This Voltron Legendary Defender is like, it makes sense of a lot of the weird idiosyncrasies that came with that. It's really well animated, it's got a great voice cast, and I really like the writing for most of it. Even the Galra get personalities in that. What paint do I use? Adrian, you know what? That depends. That depends on what I'm doing. Lately, though, most of the painting you're going to catch me doing, I have been doing with Winsor & Newton oil colors. This is all Winsor & Newton oils. That's most of what I've been doing lately. But I've been really kind of trying to push into doing more oil painting and get better at it. If I'm doing acrylics, I am a big fan of Reaper Pro Acryl, and Rainy River Designs does some really, truly fantastic acrylic paints, particularly for beginners, that are well priced and come in a lot of really good sets. Oh man, you know what was a great show was Exo Squad. I don't think I ever watched all of Exo Squad. It was excellent though. Alright, I should go ahead and transfer on over to the Storm Report so we can see what folks have been sharing with us today. Thanks for getting that in there, Data Nerd. You got a link right on over to Rainy River Designs. You should check it out if you haven't already.
Alright, Locusts and Gentle Mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Rubik's Cube, without knowing your precise tastes, I'm not gonna say you'll love Voltron Legendary Defender. I'm just gonna say that I really liked it, and you should give it a chance. Don't feel pressured to continue with it if you don't like it, but I thought it was really well paced and well put together. It is worth checking out, in my opinion. Ravencat, if you have something ready to go to add to the Storm Report, I will allow it in your case. We haven't seen anything from you for a while, and I would love to. Please feel free. Mods, if Ravencat wants to post something at the end, is absolutely welcome to. Alright, let's get started here. We have from Only Built No... I don't give a shit, dude. If it's art, if it's mini-related, if it's not mini-related, if it's cross-stitch, if it's woodworking, if it's epoxy carving, if it's ice sculpting, I don't give a shit. Put it in. Art's art, man. Productivity's productivity, and I want to see what you're working on. After the movie Gore, I can suffer through almost anything. Oh my god, you watched that? Tell me you didn't read those books. Yes, those were books. Awful ones. Oh my god. Alright, so here we have from Mafik. So you're saying it was based on one of the Axis Gaza C and D? Well, since we don't have any choice, I will allow it. Arden. Short term for Warden. Warden. A character that we're somewhat familiar with. Oh, approving with one of the Iron Burners. CMS-011 Big Pipe was based on Xeon's Axis transformable mobile suit, the Gaza C/D, with Dom's hovering system. Oh, that's right, he had those big skirts. Armed with mega beam rifle, strap on the generator output, and a giant heat axe for close combat. Mega beam rifle strap on. It was made by the Iron Burners, subfaction of the Iron Horns. Supposed to be used as a mobile worker, like oh, that's right. You've been watching Iron Blooded Orphans again, haven't you? Yeah, I feel like you have. Supposed to be used as a mobile worker, like welding structures or melting ore inside the mines. Later used as a war machine during Dimensions conflict, war against Nod, because they were destroying Arden's flower garden when entering from the Void Crack. Oh my God, there's so. For those of you who may not know, Mafik has essentially his whole own world that he has been writing and crafting as he works on his art. And I won't pretend that I always follow all of the intricacies and connections and timeline of it, but I love the art so much. Side note, he bitch slapped Kane's temple with the Eldritch Devourer as a lesson. Well, that's fine. Whoa, Mafik, we can't, hold on. Yes, Adrian, I do. I print in resin and also FDM, PLA. I print everything. I just print, and apparently there's nothing that can stop me. We're coming at the Brotherhood of Nod here, and I don't know if I can allow that, Mafik. The Brotherhood of Nod is very personal to me. Eldritch Devourer is one of Warden's abilities, which is a giant hand containing multiple Eldritch monsters merging into one. Of course it is. Of course it is. Let's take a look at the art of the Big Pipe, which is a name that just makes me giggle. Just makes me giggle. Rocking that toast gun. I like how it's just kind of cradled in his arm, like you might do with like a lance, you know, like kind of under the armpit and cradled. That's a nice touch. And yeah, I can see the inspiration coming from the Dom with its big old skirts and its weird little hover movement system. Is this like a big axe that's hanging at his side? He just doesn't print paper. It's not strictly true, but not very often, admittedly. Toast gun. Yeah, like... I was thinking the same thing to Square. I'm picturing it shooting out pieces of deliciously buttered toast. Look, that's not unfair. That wouldn't even be the craziest thing that Mafik wrote into his universe, okay? The dude's got a hell of an imagination. There might be guns that shoot toast. You don't know. We try not to judge. I continue to love the art style that he puts into this. And so he's rewatching Iron-Blooded Orphans, and he's been looking, apparently, at a lot of the older mecha from, like, Mobile Suit Gundam, the original. So we're seeing a lot of design elements from Kunio Okawara showing up in this one, which speaks to me because he's absolutely my favorite mecha designer. Yeah, the slimes are the best, Ren, I do agree. But things like the tubes coming down here across the torso, the really pronounced center chest piece here. Lots of details that remind me a lot of Kunio Okawara's work, and I have to say, I approve. Oh, Monterrey, Mexico, eh? Wow. It's good to have you, Adrian. Alright, let's see what we got coming up next. Really nice work on that, Mafik. To Square has been working on his Archer. Coming along, gonna use Kursala's Stormy Seas Gray for the missiles once it comes in. Yeah, these missile tubes have a tendency of getting filled in if you're not real careful with the application. You might consider coming in with either a real fine drill bit or just a hobby knife and kind of widening some of these out. Just because you can see how the application of paint has sort of started to dry in on them. This is one of the drawbacks that somebody asked me comparing acrylics and oils. Oils don't do this. Well, that's not true. They can, if you put it on thick. But it's easier to remove in that case. I can't possibly comment on that, Roland. I love the colors on this. I like how it looks like you've just used the wash that you put down on the base over the crackle paint, kind of up along the legs to give the same sort of dirt stain to the feet and the calves. I like the purple. I feel like you could go more vibrant with that if you were feeling experimental. It's a little bit of a washed out purple. You could lean this into the red spectrum almost all the way up to magenta to give it that little splash of color, because a lot of what we have is very drab. But I like this. It's similar to a color that Roland had been using before. It reminds me a lot of that World War II Japanese uniform look. Really nice work, though, to Square. Good work on the basing, too. I really like that. I'll be interested to see how Stormy Seas works out for you, too. Here we have from Cav Tankerous Miniatures. Tried to get this done and posted for Thursday's stream, but we ended up going out before I had an opportunity to do the base ram and photograph. So instead, it gets to go up on this stream. CGL Loki Hellbringer in Scarlet Crusader's livery. So I always say, whenever Cav Tankerous posts something, I always say he needs to up that contrast. I always say he needs to up that contrast, but I'm surprised you this time. I'm not going to say it. I think it's true. I still think it's true. On a number of pieces here, that red is real deep. But the contrast on the gold looks excellent. The wash combination you're using for your gold parts here, Cav Tankerous, you're onto something right here, man. Keep that the fuck up, because this right here, this shroud and the cockpit, this is the best looking part of the Mini right here. This works so well, it's stupid, particularly with the way the blue temp contrasts with both the gold and the red. That's nice. That's real nice, and I think your choice of basing is fucking spot on. Nicely done. Oh, here we have from Ren Momo. Girlfriend likes Persona 4. She likes this character. Christmas gift confirmed. Her name is pronounced Rise. And I'm going to mess this up so bad. Oh, are you going to paint it? That's a nice looking figure. Particularly, I assume that's... Is that a render on the left? Is that a colored render, or is that the art that the Mini's based on? That looks close enough. I think that might just be a textured colored render. The way it's a good-looking Mini, you're not gonna mess it up. You're not gonna mess it up, right? You can't. Like, this is the wonderful thing, guys. The wonderful secret about being artistic and giving people gifts that we hand paint. They're not allowed to complain about them. You're gonna find that no matter how shit a job you do by your own reckoning, they're going to love them because you thought about them and you wanted to get them something so badly that you sat down and actually worked on painting it yourself, which is kind of fucking amazing. I think you're going to do a great job, Ren. I'm sorry, I noticed something, and I'm picking it off my model with my fingernail. Pardon me for just a second. Hey, what's up, Mafik? I was giggling at the name Big Pipe. And I wasn't sure what that is that's hanging off to his side. Was it like an axe? It's kind of tucked behind the art. Yeah, I'm like a 12-year-old, Mafik. Give me a break. I was wondering what this is. And I was noting a lot of the design elements from this since you've been going back to the classic Gundam. I'm noting a lot of the design elements from this that are reminiscent of Kunio Okawara's original artwork, which he is... Oh, that's the Heat Hawk! Oh, of course it is! That's what it said in the description. For some reason, I just didn't put that together. Oh, of course it is. Well, you know, it's like you're expecting me to read things and then retain information from the things that I read, and that's just... That's a lot to ask. That's a lot to ask, okay? Toast gun. We were also saying that I imagine this probably fires nicely buttered pieces of toast. That's my estimation, Mafik. I really like the oranges on that one, dude. The orange and the green together go well. Here we have from Noob Corpse. Been a while since I did one. Been working so much. Well, there are worse problems to have, Noob Corpse. There are worse problems to have than working. But it's always wonderful when you get a little bit of time. The snow effects on this are really nicely done. That's a nice smooth snow effect that you got on the bottom base, to the point that I'm a little curious how you managed it, because it looks very believable, and I really like the way it's kind of crusted up on the hem of his coat, and you've got a little bit up on his shoulders. It's a very realistic distribution. This guy's he's like a Tempestus Scion leader captain guy, I'm pretty sure. I feel like I have this model somewhere, I just haven't built it. Really, really nice work. Good temperature contrast between the red and the blue. I think you could lean into all of your highlighting and contrast a little bit more, but the color choices are solid. And I really like the snow effect. Like, this is obscenely well done. Great job on this. Is something I struggle with, so I particularly notice when people do a good job on it. Alright, coming down. Here we have from Gear Falcon. Got this old pocket watch, 1902, working again, complete disassembly, clean, put back together, oiled, and she's ticking again. This is... I would have lost so many parts. This is genuinely impressive. Gear Falcon does a lot of different hobbies. There's still all that... You're sure all the parts are there. Like some tiny little spring missing from it? Well, I guess it wouldn't run. If that were the case, that's sort of the nature of clockwork, isn't it? This is nice. Now, does it have an outer case that it still has to go inside of? Or are you gonna make one, is my curiosity. Because, man, you do a lot of very, very fine work, Gear Falcon. It would not at all surprise me to find out that you were like, oh, I'm hand polishing a wood case for it to go inside of. Nice. Dr. Manhattan would be proud, Gear Falcon. Fantastic work. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. Old picture I found on packing Christmas decorations. It was my first foray into art since high school about 3 years ago and got me into painting. Bob Ross tutorials are really awesome. Talk about talent at teaching. I don't know what there is that I could possibly say about Bob Ross that the zeitgeist has not said many, many times over. I think he is one of the most positively regarded artists in the fucking world. Bob Ross was an amazing man, and the fact that his pursuit of art was so personal to him, that it was his way of handling problems in his life that I think a lot of us can identify with. that he made something like this, something so expressive, accessible to so many of us that are tempted to look at it and think alternatingly like it's not us, it's for other people, it's for freer minds, it's for more precise workers, it takes a whole lot of work to get good at. He opened the door to art and to expression to so many people who otherwise never would have tried it. I don't think that it is possible to overestimate the overall contribution that he made just to culture, to human culture. And I'm really just kind of touched and inspired seeing something like this and knowing that it was getting into following Bob Ross tutorials that inspired you to continue onward into a more narrowly focused form of art, working on minis. I think it's fucking awesome. I love that you're out there with a paintbrush expressing yourself. But like I'm just talking myself in circles right now. This is fantastic. This is fantastic. It really is. I like this aspen forest down here. It's so rough but so evocative. It's just lovely. Did a Bob Ross Microsoft Paint contest at work. It was so much fun, I won. It was fun because you won. Ultimately, I know your ways, negative charisma. Raven Cat, have a good drive, man. Good drive, good walk, whatever it is you got going on. I don't know. Maybe you're walking. It's always a pleasure to see you here, though, man. Amateur Paint Hour does some pretty amazing work. Let's keep coming down. Here we have from Roland. Oh, it's a lot of pictures. Looks like we got some gameplay in, though. We got 3D printed Thunderhead roads, which I'm glad to see somebody using. I feel like I went to all the effort of making. I feel like I went to all the effort of making all these hexless roads because people insisted that not everybody's going to use hexes. Fucking nobody uses my hexless roads. Everybody uses the hexed ones. It's crazy. I thought I did a good job on the hexless ones, so it's just inspiring to see somebody using them for something. Roland, thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. Yes, by people, I mean Roland. And this uplink, I see a surprising number of these still. This is literally the first building that I ever made. And I'm glad that it still gets as much use as it does. But more than anything, I'm glad to see you out there getting some gameplay in, Roland. This is a nice looking table. Foam hills and everything, and then we got some tacos down here. Just rolling that right in there. Rubbing salt in the wound, adding insult to injury. Looks like we got some of the slums over here, too. Good looking board. Amateur Paint Hour uses them, too? You know, Data Nerd, that's enough. If Tiny Hands is enjoying them, my job is done. It's amazing to think that we can actually play games with these minis and not just paint them constantly and forever and never finish any project. Did you have a good game, Roland, though? That's the question. What do you think they were fighting a trial of possession over? Oh, I see. It all makes sense now. The giant pile of tacos. What better thing is there to fight over? That's awesome, Roland. I'm glad to hear that, man, and thank you for sharing those pictures with us. Here we have from Captankerous Miniatures. Well, look at that. Not one, but two Scarlet Crusader battle mechs in this edition. This time, the new CGL Blackjack, found in the Inner Sphere Striker Lance. The ice bases I'm doing are improving in quality with each miniature I do. Really help this scheme pop. Looking forward. Yeah, I agree. The bases do a lot for it. Looking forward to trying some lava bases when I get around to painting Word of Blake, Precentor Marshall, Cameron St. Jamis. Tricked out, awesome 10 km. Using the lessons I've learned with Crackle Paints doing these. Oh, I mean, I'm excited to see it now that you've talked it up so much. And again, I want you to use more contrast. I still want that, but the gold looks so nice. If I'm just focusing on what I love, the gold looks so damn nice. Really well done with this. Hey, what's up, Gimish Car? Good to see you. Got my ass slapped by elementals. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they are. That's like their whole deal, Roland. They get close to you, and they rip you to bits. Captankerous, lovely work on this. I haven't had a chance to work on one of the new Blackjacks yet. I really kind of like what CGL has done with it. Have one of the Riflemen. Don't have the Blackjack. Yeah, I agree. Beaky. Like, the gold and the bases. The bases do so... This is one of the things about miniature painting that it helps to realize, is so much of mini painting is tricking your brain. The way your brain perceives color changes based on what colors are around it. And putting this particular arrangement of cool tones, blues and whites, right underneath all these warm tones and then that blue-gray, it just makes the whole thing kind of come alive. Damn nice. Here we have from Negative Charisma. Deleted the old picture so I could add the one of it lit up on the keyboard. Ooh. Ooh, that's nice. Now, okay, I remember enough of being alive in the 90s. This is from Dragon Ball, right? That's the great dragon with a Dragon Ball in its mouth, is it not? And is that your escape key? It's a Dragon Ball key, and it's underlit on your LED, your RGB keyboard. Huh. That's pretty cool. I'd really thought of doing like keycap replacements. But that's pretty neat. Really nice paint job, very smooth, good shading on that. Really, really like the heavy contrast between the upper cheeks and then the more hollowed out portion of the dragon skull there. Very, very smooth job on the Dragon Ball itself, it looks like, too. Really nice work, man. And fucking tiny. Thank you for the quarter for scale. And this is done as a gift? Well, I hope they like it. Here we have from Nash. Probably not going to make the storm report, but I'll catch the VOD. Got my Shadowhawk to a point of completion. He can join the photo shoot. I think I found my canopy recipe on the Battlemaster. Now to see if I can replicate it on the smaller cockpits. This came out nice. He's got a real, like, synthwave thing going on. I think it works particularly well for all the hard angles and edges that this classic Shadowhawk has on it. And of course, not to stroke my own ego, because I never do that, obviously. On this stream, that's something that never happens. I always love seeing my stuff getting painted. I just, you know, I made these models as a passion project and then shared them out there in the hope that other people who love these classic designs will enjoy them the way that I do. Oh, yeah. It's like a plum color. That actually works really well next to the kind of lavender purple. Oh, Data Nerd, thank you. You caught me slouching something fierce. Vaporwave mechs would be sick. Yeah, you're not wrong. The Battlemaster is hard to do. That cockpit is just like, you kind of gotta take a look at a lot of like artwork of fighter jets with round canopies to get an idea of how the light should be hitting it. But it looks like you got a good choice of glare, and I really like that kind of deep plum color. Data Nerd. Ren, you can lurk anytime you want. Yeah, there's some contrast. You're not wrong, Rubik's Cube. That is high contrast, and I dig it. Let's keep going. Oh, here we have from the POV42. Probably be asleep when you get this far on the report, but I can always catch the feedback in the VOD. Spent the day painting. I'm reasonably happy with this for my test. This test batch of my Goons Black Widows. Still have maybe one more highlight pass to do, but I wanted to see if you had any immediate recommendations for how to really make them pop. Once again, shout out to Kursala, whose Rainy River Designs Onyx overlay has taken black schemes from a pain to a joy for me. And once again, you guys can always hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to where those paints are sold. Not just paints, really a lot of great stuff. Washes, glazes, flocking, some miniatures now. Not to mention you can get Thunderhead Studios merch there if you want like a hoodie or a coffee mug or something cool like that. I mean, you know, maybe you could find it there. Oh, somebody get Hethrir out of here. He's using my Pacific Rim emotes, and I don't like it. I feel attacked. Simple things to make this pop. Bumping up the edge highlights on the black would do it. I'm reluctant to say to do any more work on the red because it's a really nice deep maroon. And yeah, a black oil wash, but I try to lean away from suggesting oil anything for people who are using acrylic washes for the most part. Like that's stepping into a whole new realm of painting that I would rather people decide to do on their own rather than be pushed into it. I like the green lasers. I like the green cockpit glass. This is tricky because these models are so small. I would say push the green into like a light livery green from Vallejo, like a real bright green. It's very tricky because, I mean, this is a commando. The spot you have here is very small. It's very small on the laser here. It's teeny on the head over here. Is this the Halopolis? I think it must be. The cockpit glass and the Thunderbolt is notoriously small. Like, it's a very tricky recommendation to make. Yeah, I noticed that too, Simitha. Pack Hunter. Thank you, Simitha. The easiest thing to do is going to be to push the contrast and the edge highlighting on the black. Even a simple dry brush of my recommended color. If you put this in front of me and said, do one step to make it pop more, I would take Vallejo Game Color Ghost Gray. I would put it on a small makeup brush, and I would dust the center of the chest, the edges of the shoulders, the hands, the knees, the parts that really stick out, the edges of the chest on the Thunderbolt, maybe the top here, outer part of the... don't do the whole thing, but pick some strategic points, tops of the hips, points of the shoulders, and give them that. You could even just do a white. Really, I really like Game Color Ghost Gray because it's a very slightly blue white. But something like this. An equivalent color you've got Rainy River Designs would be Rainy River Designs... I got it right here. Shadow Skull. If you've got Rainy River Design Shadow Skull, this would be the perfect color to do that with. And I would use a very, very soft makeup contouring brush. And I think that would just help to... It would make your red pop more, it would make your green pop more. But give it a try. They need a book. Where the fuck is the cockpit on my Mini? What they need to do is just make the cockpits not obscenely small. You know, I did a fucking Thunderbolt. You can tell where my cockpit is. Here we have from Squared. I hope that that's helpful, by the way, POV42. Like, I look at this, and all the suggestions that I have are tricky. They're tricky. They're not simple, except for that one. So that's the one that I would try, is just pushing the edge highlights on the black and see if you like the results. Anything past that is going to get a little bit more complicated. Here we have from Squared, finishing up the Archer. Not too sure on the missile tubes. I think the wash helped. It's tricky. Now, what I'm going to suggest is don't go back to it, to Square. Don't go back to it. This is a good-looking paint job. You should be proud of this. I like the purple and the cockpit in particular. Keep this as it is. As you move forward, my advice to you is going to be, particularly when you're painting something that has missile tubes, just err on the side of caution when it comes to thinning your paints. If necessary, over-thin your paints and apply them very, very carefully, because this is incredibly easy to do. Fill in some missile tubes. You could always take just little dabs of black paint and come in and kind of drop it into some of these to sell that they haven't been kind of filled. I mean, this is soft PVC, and they're very, very, very small holes, so it's incredibly easy to do. But just be very, very gentle. Next Archer is going to get modded with closed doors. You know, that's certainly a simpler solution. Certainly a simpler solution. I hate that my advice has to be thin your paints, because it's the most basic piece of painting advice, but in this particular case, it's very important. Of course, I didn't see it initially. It might have had some of these filled in already, for all I know. PVC is not great for detail like this. Unthinned gray contrast works well for the tubes. Yeah, listen to Vergatorung. He's been doing a lot of these CGL PVC models. All in all, I love the paint job, though. I really like the contrast you have over here on the fist. This came across well. And I like the kind of subtle transition from dirty to clean on the gray on the leg. Really well done. Here we have from Sam Mini, Advance on Samurai Girl from Mindwork Games. Oh, it's fucking... Oh my god. On the one hand, I'm really honored that painters like Gus Schultz, like Sam Mini, come in here and share their work with us. That they come to my stream and they go, this Thunderhead's a cool guy and I like his community and I want to share. On the other hand, fuck. God damn it. What? It just looks like a real person. Look at the freehand on the shoulder. It's not even... Oh, I can see what he's doing, but doing it myself is... You know what? I gotta keep working. I gotta keep working. You know what this is, guys? You know what this is? This is experience. This is practice. This isn't... He sat down one day and decided, I'm gonna paint some minis, and did this. This is... He did that a long time ago. Loved it, and kept going for years and years and years. Model after model after model. As I said earlier, the master has failed more times than the apprentice has tried. There are so many failures, so many frustrations, so many attempts that didn't quite work out that led to this. I have the option now. We all have the option now. Yeah, I see it too, WJ. We all have the option now. I looked there, I saw Beaky saying that, and I didn't realize that it was Beaky for a minute, and I was going to be like, is Sam Mini saying this is only 2 years of painting? No, that's not true. That's not true. I'm loath to ask Sam Mini how long he's been painting, because I'm afraid he's going to say something like, oh, it's only been like 5 years. Is a really nice work though. Sam Mini, this is fantastic. I am enthralled by the transition of cool to warm, cool highlight to warm shadow that you have over a very short period, a very short distance from the point of the shoulder down into the folds of the cloth, and then the two-tone job you've done on that quadruple diamond. That's lovely. And the skin tones, like, your skin tones are really some of my favorite things about your work. They're so natural. It just reads in my mind as a person. It's just a person. I'm excited to see what you're going to wind up doing with that sword blade. Sam Mini, I know that I always make a big deal about it when you post things, and I'm like, oh, Sam Mini, he's so good, make me feel bad. I'm really just kidding. Because we have the choice... And this is an important thing, particularly if you're painting and you're posting your stuff online, and you're browsing social media, and you're looking on Reddit, and you're looking on Twitch. This is something that we all have to do. You can let yourself be demoralized by work like this. You can. Or you can choose to be inspired by it. If you compare your work to work like this, and you go, why aren't I doing this? You will become frustrated. You will become burned out, and you will not want to continue painting. If you look at work like this and you understand the amount of effort that went into it, and you understand more than anything that almost nobody, see, there we go, 5 years pro, 10 in total, that's a lot of time spent painting. That's a lot of time spent painting when you're doing it regularly. Just keep going. Just keep going. That's all I'm saying. I choose to be inspired by work like this because it's fucking beautiful. Work like this makes me want to do more. It makes me want to transition from I'm painting game pieces to I am an artist. Sam Mini's an artist. By the way, did we get a shout out for Sam Mini? We did, right there. Yeah, Sam Mini streams right here on Twitch, guys. If you want to see him doing work like this, please go sub to his channel. Go check it out. Go, or give him a follow. Give him a sub, give him a donation, do what you gotta do, but get in there and watch this man work, because it's absolutely incredible. Sumitha, thank you so much for being here, dude. My God. Yeah, I'm the same way for Gotarung. Like, I can say, like, I've been painting for 20 years. It's technically true. I have been painting steady and trying to get better for... in an unbroken chain, 4.5 years. I guess not strictly unbroken. There have been periods in there where I haven't for a few months at a time. And there's been a lot of other stuff that I've been doing in between there. But about 4 years, I'd say. I've been just painting and trying to improve. And we all move at different paces, too. But, damn, Sam. See what you do to me? You see what you do to me with your art, Sam Minnie? Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, Lord. Here we have from Hathrier. Spent some time tinkering with my dad's Westfield 250 kit car this weekend. That's adorable how you fit in there. It took me a minute to realize, to understand what I was seeing, and then I saw the beard, and I was like, I know that. I don't know that Brillo pad anywhere. I love this picture. I love this picture. This is my buddy Hathrier. How long have we known each other, Hathrier? It's... not quite late 90s. I feel like we met early 2000s. It must have been 2000, 2001. It was probably about 2000. It must have been. And we've been steady buds that whole time, which is really kind of fucking impressive these days. The more I look at it, I'm like, shit, we've been friends for like 20 years. We've been hanging out. That's nuts. And at some point in there, you made this adorable little shit. I don't like kids. I don't like kids, but I like this fucking kid. He's such a good dude. He really is. He's so enthusiastic and honest and just nice. And you guys are doing such a great job with him. And look at him strapped in there, just grinning like an idiot with his goggles on. I want to know what that speed did to your beard. It was pre 9/11. Yeah, no, you're right. It was. You're right. It was. Because I remember what I was doing that day, and we were already in the speech team together. Forensics. Those were the days. But as I said to him before when I first saw this bizarre vehicle that his dad went and picked up, I'm just getting major red ones go faster vibes off of this thing. Yeah, it would have been 9th grade. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe 10th. It might have been 10th. Because I think it was almost exactly the same time that I came to MHS. Was that true? Did we meet through Thomas, through Eric? Shit, I can't remember. I'm gonna have to think about that. The point is, Hathrier and I have known each other for an obscenely long period of time, and we're both getting old. I think that's really what I'm trying to get at. Let me move on from this before I feel even older. It's a wonderful looking little vehicle. You know, I'm sad that Sumitha left, because he would have loved to have seen this. This is right up his alley, and he just went to bed. Sumitha, when you watch the VOD, be sure to let us know how you react to this. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Coming down here we have from Larabic. First day was priming and gold base coat. Day 2, this was my progress. Oh, excuse me. Work 16 hours tomorrow, so no painting. 4 days left to finish the rest of the team. Trying to squeeze in a Battletech game Friday too. Oof, that's some tight scheduling. For only 2 days of work, these look fucking nice. I like the basing that you've done on them too. Wait, are these bases? No, these aren't pre-sculpted. It looks like you sculpted these. Man. These are really, really nice. I like the teal and gold. I mean, yeah, considering that this is 2 days of work, I don't know how many more members you have to do the. I'm assuming, is this Blood Bowl? I'm assuming this is Blood Bowl. Because these guys look like Tomb Kings. I don't rightly know because I haven't followed any of the model releases. I'm guessing that from the little tokens, too. I don't think I've ever actually played Blood Bowl. I like the use of the blue on the stars to help them stand out, though, and the fact that it's separate from the teal you have as the I can't think of the word. The trim color on the rest of the team. Really dig the basing. That actually worked out nicely. I assume you sculpted that in. Because these look like standard bases. Really nicely done, Larabic. 4 days left to finish the rest of the team. I don't know how many guys you got left, but if you can keep up this standard, you're going to have a fantastic looking team, man. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, more terrain. I saw this on Instagram. Looks like you got the Orc oil rig painted up. Love the contrasting use of the yellows and reds. That's really nice. And looks like you've done some good weathering on the skull. On the, what's this called? Somebody tell me. Somebody in chat right now knows what this is called. Oil rigs, oil pumps have those big, because, you know, the pump is on one end and you have a weight on the other, and then you usually have, like, a mechanism kind of driving it, and it goes up and down and it pumps the oil out. But this thing has to have a name other than just weight. Well, the whole thing is a derrick. But what is this? The weight on the end of the swing arm. I know it has a name. Fulcrum? No, the fulcrum would be here. This would be the fulcrum. Just counterbalance? I mean, that's just the description of it. Counterweight? I just assumed that it would have an actual technical name, but I don't know what it is. Cantilever? Cantilever would be the arm, wouldn't it? I guess it's probably just, yeah, it's the big metal thing. I don't know why. I don't know why sometimes I think things should have technical names when you can just describe them like the Germans do. Really like the use of the kind of brassy bronze dirty bits in here to break up the metallics. Chaotic Harmony, dude, this is really, really nice work. All the yellow works, all the weathering works, all the washes are well done. Looks dirty, looks nasty, looks orky. Good use of red where appropriate. Chaotic Harmony is one of my favorite painters, just because I hate to say that he started off as rough as he did. When I first saw his painting, it was quite rough, but he had such enthusiasm for it to the point that we wanted to just give him better supplies so that he could not be fighting his tools so much. And since then, he has grown so much as a painter. So much. It's a doohickey. Thank you, Zombie Bros. Oh yeah, no, that's Steve. Steve the Oil Derrick. Chaotic Harmony, lovely work on that, man. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. Tell you the truth, I haven't played Brigador in a few months, but its lore and characters, that wasn't a typo, is something I've fallen head over heels in love with. That's just Brigador is pretty fucking awesome and has some really great background world building. Wanted to upgrade my longtime display avatar using the skills I've learned in the past 2 years since the first version of the avatar. Let's take a look at the original first, because yeah, I've seen this one quite a bit. This was in, let me say, March 2020. The Brigador version of our very own Project Dark Fox. Oh yeah. Oh man, the shading is so... oh my god. I love this. The heavy shadows on the side here with the red glow coming from behind. Same shadows carried forward to the sides of the face, really focusing in right here. This is nice. Yeah, no, this is badass as hell. This is a really cool chance to examine, because it's like, it's the same piece from the same artist, a little, just about 2 years removed. The proportions are all improved. The angle of the chin, neck, shoulders, all improved. The texturing on the fabric, all the shading. Damn, Project Dark Fox, holy crap, man. Looks much more intense, too. The shape and the shading of the eyes. You really get much more personality out of the face in this one. Fucking fantastic work. Fucking fantastic work. What do we got? What do we got? Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios, finished Lyran Guard that took way too long for me to get done due to real life screwing me over. We gotta... So many of us experience this. I need like a phrase. I need something to reassure people that it's okay. It's okay. So many of us feel so self-conscious about, like, I'm painting things, but I'm not painting them fast enough. It's taking me too long. Other people work faster. It takes as long as it takes, Zombie Brush. It takes as long as it takes. And your work is so damn nice. So we have, I believe all of these are from Death Ray. These are all Death Ray Designs mechs that they've been working on recently. I particularly like the running pose on this little guy up here. And then all their tanks, if I'm not mistaken. Really, really nice work on these. Very distinct division between the blue and white for the Lyran Guard? Is it the Lyran Guard? It's like the second Lyran Guard that has this color scheme, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he makes me feel better, Rubik's Cube, because I'm like, oh, I can work on things for a long time, too. At the same time, though, the paint job he's doing on those Spire Spearmen, it's fucking phenomenal. What's funny is he's spending all that time working on his Spearmen, doing these amazing paint jobs on them. Let me tell you, I played on the tabletop against those Spearmen. They die by the fucking handful. He's gonna spend most of his time pulling those models off the table. It's ridiculous. Those, you can get catabolic nodes to go in with those Spearmen Rubik's Cube, and they're literally just these horribly mutated walking bombs. Like, think, like Emil in RoboCop when he gets splattered with the toxic waste. Like, has that look about him that, kill me! And they just explode, and they kill a bunch of your own troops and enemy troops. Like, you spend those Spearmen so rapidly. I say this because I can't wait to play a game against him when I'm like, oh, look at that amazing paint job. Now remove 12 of them. It's gonna make me feel really good. Really nice and crisp, great edge highlighting. I like the warm shadows deep and the crevices on the cool colors like the blue and the white. I'd love to see a closer shot of this guy. If you felt like it's Zombie Brush, or if you have any closer shots, if you'd post some in the showcase, I would love to see some closer shots of him. It's one of the more interesting sculpts that DRD has done. All in all, though, fantastic work. This one I always think is very reminiscent of the Imperial Knight design, with the sort of, like, football shoulder pads going on. I like it. Zombie Brush, just be proud of the work you've done, man. These look fantastic. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit how long it takes you to work on them, man. You do amazing work, and we're glad to have you. Here we have from Roland. Oh, my God. Oh, this game being played. Look at them long roads. Look at them slums. Look at them mechs falling over. Look at those damned clan elementals. And then look at that delicious pile of beans and a tortilla there. That's something right there. I gotta get my ass back down to Texas. Maybe once everybody's done having the fucking plague, I can go get me some Tex-Mex. Go hit up Night Watch Games in San Antonio again. Red beans on rice. Then, beans. I'm just glad to see games getting played. I'm just glad to see games getting played, Roland. As long as you're having fun out there, man. I'd love to see, if you feel like posting some of these individual pictures, not collaged, into the action, what do we call it? What's the name of the channel? I made the channel, I forgot the name of it. Action Shots, whatever it's called. The channel that we have specifically for gameplay photos. I would love to see some close-up shots of all of these. That's your new thing, sneaking food pics into a collage. I mean, I'm not going to complain. I have no complaints about this. And this is just a picture of some delicious food. Roland's the worst about this. You guys post food in here sometimes, it makes me go, I want to eat that, but my fucking weakness, man. Oh, that pico looks good, too. Look at that fresh cilantro. Oh my God. Oh no. I'm not drunk enough. son of a bitch. Here we have from Cyber Knight Magnatorius Maximus, our very own Metal Core collectible. Spent a few design sessions over the last week working on the Reckoning. And it's really coming along. Got a lot of elements ready for prototype printing and working on the last few stragglers. That's a damn good feeling, isn't it? Still a few things that need detailing and some mechanical elements to refine, but it's pretty close. Main points are yet another pass at the canopy. This time around, we were happy enough to go ahead and refine it further. Also took the time to rework and detail up the hands a bit, given they're quite large all on their own. Yeah, he's got some big mitts on him. But the bigger mitts are nice, because you can actually get some details in there, like these little, rotation hinges. He is a big boy, isn't he? I saw the render of him next to the Tyrant. This is a big old mech. I like this. We the viewers, the Peanut Gallery, we've had our comments on the canopy so far. I think that this is pretty good. I like the way that it kind of bulges forward a little bit. It gives me the feeling that if I were sitting inside of it, I would have a little bit of a view down into the sides. Like kind of sit forward in the canopy and look to either side, maybe down a little bit, and have a view of the ground. If it's set too far back, I guess you kind of lose that. I think this is kind of a best of both worlds on the canopy, because I like the narrower towards the bottom shape, but yeah, the previous one was a little TIE Fighter-y, and you really lose that by dropping these struts down below that central strut. This came out nice. Cannot wait to get my hands on one of these bad boys. And guys, if you're not aware, you can always hit ! Metal Core in chat to get a link over to Metal Core Collectibles, where you can find all those mechs and more. Here we have, coming down to Merlin Models, the walking throne of Inquisitor Kazamarov. This has always been one of my favorite minis from GW. It's so fucking ridiculous, and I haven't seen one of these get painted in a long damn time. This is the era of 40k aesthetics that I really like. And there he is, actually on said throne. It's just a throne with dreadnought legs underneath it. It's crazy. Is Old Hammer really picking up? Are more people doing it? I mean, I'm not opposed to it. It makes me feel a little old when things are considered Old Hammer, and I remember them coming out, I confess. Did you say you want more Primaris? What do you mean, Gimishkar? Like, do I want to own more Primaris? Do I want to see more Primaris? I don't need to own any more Primaris. I have plenty. Well, this is coming together nicely, Merlin. If you're going to be working on this on stream, I'm going to have to make sure that I stop in to check it out. Looks like you replaced some of the... Did you repose the legs? Looks like we've replaced some of the connection cables with guitar wire. That's a classic. That's a classic modeling technique right there. For doing, like, ribbed hoses and such, guitar wire is fantastic. Well, damn. Damn. Nice work, Merlin. I'm gonna have to stop into your stream to see some of that. Here we have from Phaedros. I heard you like those old models. I thought you said you wanted more. You want more new Primaris being made. I'm not a huge fan of the aesthetics of most of the Primaris range. I like the Primaris armor. I like the way it scales from Phobos to whatever, and then up to Gravis. Like, I think that's a cool idea. But like their tanks and shit, I think they all look worse these days. I don't know. I got my opinions. Here we have from Phaedros. Looks like we're working on some of them BX Commando droids. We painted a couple of these guys that were 3D prints a little while ago. I like the pose on this guy. Running with the sniper rifle with a little bipod extended beneath it. That's a nice blue-gray metallic you got there, and I love the little coppery bits. Yeah, as I remember, they had like knees, elbows, those little things there. I feel like they had part of their head was in that coppery color, but I haven't watched the Clone Wars in a long time. My heyday Gimishkar for 40k was like the 2000, 2010. I like most of what they released in that time period. Really nice work, Phaedros. I'm glad to see you back at the painting desk again, man. Keep up the good work. Let's see the rest of that squad getting done. I know that there's some version of the BX droids that has shields, and they've got these little clear shields that you can paint the struts on. I don't know if you got some of those. I would love to see those getting built, though. Here we have from Ren Momo. My friend Dennis in Puerto Rico is getting into miniature painting. He did this with only craft paints and household supplies. Really? Mods and paint job? It's nice and smooth. It's a remarkably realistic color for a chassis paint job. I've seen that particular, like, seafoam blue on God knows how... I mean, you know, I lived in Florida for a while, so you see it a little bit. For just doing craft paints, that's pretty good. I've seen people do worse paint jobs than this with expensive paints, let me tell you. If this is where he is starting, I can't wait to see where he's going. And for this just-in image, apparently I could post 2 images. So yeah, today we're doing 2 images. Yeah, no, Ren, it's fucking fantastic. GMC loved that guy. Yeah, I'm thinking like, yeah. 1 or 2, huh? Oh, that's a cool little biker dude. I like the guys we're seeing in the background here. We got a little sidecar with a machine gun, it looks like. We got like a Mad Max buddy riding thing going on here, like Wes and his little his little ferry boy that he rode around with. I wish I had a better phrase to describe him. That's what he was. He had his little, like, collared leash and everything. That's just immediately what I see, what I think of when I see that. It's been a long time since the Road Warrior. It's a nice smooth blue on that bike. What are we doing for the basing? These look like they're maybe MDF? Curious what it's going to wind up being. Well, nice work on this, Ren. Your base coats. In the time that I have been watching you paint, Ren, your base coats have gotten smoother and thinner. And that is moving in very much the right direction. Oh, literally just... Oh, that's just ochre paint. I thought maybe it was raw MDF. I couldn't tell. Okay. So your base coats have gotten smoother and thinner. And that is a fantastic direction to be moving in. Good job, Ren. Absolutely. Here we have from Sumitha Reckoning Continued. Oh boy. Naturally, like all battle mechs, well, most anyway, the Reckoning comes in a variety of variants, introduced in 3056, just in time for Operation Bulldog. The Gauss-toting mixed weapons variant, posted by Cybran, is the first production model. Meanwhile, the version below is effectively a more deadly jumping AWS 8Q+. Of course, being 5 tons heavier than the Awesome is a bonus for durability. The made-for-export production models mostly have standard fusion engines to boot. This absolute juggernaut of a mech, and at least in my perhaps not-so-humble opinion, it's pretty much every checkmark. Hell, it's a largely defense-oriented design. It even features a big old spotlight that looks like it probably belongs in a stadium, not to mention its electronic warfare suite. Still plenty to do here, but it's certainly coming together, and we're pretty happy with the detailing of most of the body. Clearly, the backpack, back of the pelvis, and sides of the torso still need plenty of work, but it's at least to the point where we think we've reached, as Thunderhead would put it, the threshold. Damn it, I don't have a button for that. I don't have a button for that in this overlay. What are you going to do that to me? Hang on. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. You can't stop me. Okay, let's go back. Also, on the note of things brought up by Thunderhead, greebling. We've tried to make sure all the greebles at least make some modicum of sense. Modicum's such a fun word. Some lines are just put in for the sake of creating easy-to-use, clean paint division points, which is nice, but we try to make sure they all make sense from an in-universe construction/assembly point of view. Some things will just forever be bullet catchers, not much we can do about that, but for instance, the weird little greeble above the cockpit is actually an armored housing for a retractable rope ladder. Sure, it's likely going to be one of the first things to get blown off, but hey, it works. We figured that an ingress-egress hatch would be one or more than one of the horizontal armored panels running down the center, the top of the torso above the canopy. Oh, this little guy here. Yeah, so you like pop open, climb out, run the rope ladder down, climb down. It certainly makes more sense than... I don't imagine that this cockpit glass would open. That's pretty much just integrated right into the torso. And yeah, there's a couple of spots that could use a little bit of greebling, but I'd be careful not to overdo it. I always tell people you want to be sure you've got some spots where people can put decals, like you got some decent ones here, for instance. I like the searchlight. I like how he's just flat across the top. He reminds me of, what's his name? Like Gossamer from Looney Tunes. You know who I'm talking about. In fact, I want to paint one like Gossamer from Looney Tunes now. That has stuck in my head, and now I'm not going to be able to rest until it's happened. It's kind of brilliant. I mean, no, I'm definitely not going to paint this like a Looney Tunes character. That's crazy. That would be insane. Who would do something like that? Let's move on. I gotta stop drinking. Here we have from Vergaderung. Put some paint to a tiny plane. Turns out painting jets is a visceral sort of fun that makes the inner kid happy. Did a makeup brush fade using the techniques I've learned, and it turned out pretty well. Also painted the weapons since these pictures were taken. The tiger stripes will come when I stream next tonight after Thunderhead stream. Be there. Or be square. Have a new camera set up on the new boom arm and wall mount I got and need to fine tune. Alright, fine. Bye beer. Bye, but that means I need more beer. I gotta get more beer. God. It's okay. It's okay. I can hold my liquor. It's okay. Okay. Let's see what Vergaderung's got going on. Ooh, I like that the underside is blue. That's pretty cool. That is a damn nice fade for not being airbrushed. I really like this sort of aggressive green glare stripe you have for the cockpit glass. Ooh, that's good. Oh, that's real good. I can't wait to see the tiger striping. You're gonna be streaming after me? Fuck yeah. We're gonna have to check that out. I can see, like, I've seen this Shilonaka Ding Dong. I've seen this model so many times since they released it, and I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen, like, the details of it haven't popped out to me until seeing this paint job. Like around the engine housing, this never popped out to me. This is the power. This is the power of contrast. Ladies and gentlemen, Vergaderung, dude, you're a fucking stupid good painter, man. You're just fucking just Vergaderung, you're a good painter and you're prolific. Fuck! Yeah. When I grew up, I want to be a Vergaderung. Here we have from Avash, working on some of those household nights. This is what I'm going to be diving into after I get... God damn, that's nice and smooth. Is that a metallic with a wash? Getting that sort of... It's not coppery, it's very bronzy. It's very bronzy. Or like a heat-treated steel. That is a lovely color. That is so smooth. Ooh. That's coming out nice. Damn Avash. Yeah, these guys are gonna be next. After I get these militia done. I've got 8 household knights that I need to paint. And this is really, really nice work. Like, that is a damn smooth application of a metallic paint, and I'm guessing a wash. That might not be washed. That might just be an airbrush. You know what? I'm gonna bet that this is an airbrushed metallic. I'm gonna bet Vallejo metal color. It's not rust. It's not rust. I've got rust over here. And it's darker than that. Yeah, because this is rust. No, this could be rust. At scale 75? Okay. That went down real nice. Avash, I'm really quite impressed with just how smooth a metallic coat that is, dude. Really nicely done. I can't wait to see some of those bright colors you've been working on go down around that. Avash, thank you for sharing your 100 Kingdoms Conquest progress with us. Guys, I fucking love Conquest. If you have any curiosities about the game at any point, please let me know. I'm always happy to talk about it. Why am I still drinking? Let's see if this works. Not sure why I spent any time on this, but here it is. Won't be around to see if Thunderhead puts 2 and 2 together. Oh, what am I? Is this a video? Hold on. Hold on. They really are. They're fantastic models, Cephalopod. And, in a rare combination, a pretty fucking solid game. Let me turn Pretzel way down here, and let's see what we got. I don't know what the hell's gonna happen. Bear with me.
Find a word that means Maria. A flibbity-gibbet, a will-o'-the-wisp, a clown.
Oh, okay. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Reference received, pun expected. I have been revealed as the uncultured Philistine swine that I truly am. You dropped all 3 of those on me, and it just... Well played. Well played. Here we have from Rubik's, finished up the Doom Demon. Yes, this is from the board game. I've got this mini. I never finished painting this. If you're curious, Rubik's, hang on, I think it turned out pretty good. Tried lots of new stuff on this guy. If you're curious, this is a Mancubus Rubik's Cube. Pearlescent armor was inspired by Walter's Conquest Spires. It's a good way to go on this dude. The Mancubus has very organic sort of armor grown into the top of his body. This game is actually really good. I was very impressed by the Doom board game. I painted the Barons of Hell, the Marines, the Mutated Marines, and the Imps before I stopped having the opportunity to play the game and thus stopped painting the minis. But they're surprisingly nice minis. And there are a shocking number of them in the actual game. Don't have the game, just a few minis. They're nice, though. They're real nice. If you're interested, Rubik's, ping me on Discord, and I will show you some of the minis from that game that I did. Because, again, I did the Marines, I did the Barons of Hell, and I did the Imps all the way to completion, and then I did a few of the other ones kind of halfway. But I'd love to share that with you if you're curious. Nice work on the base, too. They're just flat bases, so this, I am assuming, is just hand-painted cracks. Really very effective. I dig the flesh color on it. You got a nice lividity around where the, like, cybernetics attach and everything. Nice. Nicely done, Rubik's Cube, but thank you for sharing. Oh god, excuse me. Here we have from Negative Charisma. Here's one for Setup Sunday. The stream cam turned out to do so much better than expected once I got a good way to manually control focus. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Yeah, if you're working with this, the actual stream cam, they're nice cameras. Wow, you got such a fancy setup here. 2 cameras on articulated arms. Really nice work down here. Ooh, 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 ooh. So clean. Look how, oh my god, look how organized this is. There's like markings on the desk showing where the camera is gonna capture. There's a stream deck up. Look at all these, I'm assuming these are acrylic pigments in tubes. The desk over here is like clean. It's not covered in shit. There aren't piles of models immediately off camera. Clean workspaces, man. They make my skin crawl. It's not natural. It's not natural. It's not. I don't like it. I don't like it, Negative Charisma. You're gonna have to fill more space with random bullshit and unfinished projects, and then I'll be more comfortable with it. Here we have from Pun Expected, final picture of Thanatos before I let it cure, mount it to a base, and make a background for it. God, this is some nice oil work. God, the lividity of this. This is always one of my favorite effects when people are able to do this to skin. God, why is pretzel so loud? Holy crap. That's way too much. That's way too much. All these skin tones are so fucking intense, and yeah, that lividity, that angry redness is so effective. Good combination of colors. We've got that I'm guessing up here we've got that magical phthalo blue-green combination. Pun expected. That's my guess. Maybe it's something else, but I'm guessing this is the phthalo combo, resulting in that really pleasing jade. Really love the kind of silver skull work here. I'll be interested to see what you do for the background. I'd love to see another shot of where this horrible spar comes out of the flesh, because this is one of my favorite parts of this mini. Lovely. Lovely work, pun expected. Here we have from... Oh, Project Dark Fox is saying, sweet Mancubus. Here we have from Gus Schultz. The figure is in 1/20th scale from the MAK Maschinenkrieger universe. Bought the figure a few years ago because it was so different. I was inspired by a Russian folk song, but instead of a lady, I'm basing this figure that's sitting there contemplating. Instead of a lady, I'm basing on this figure that's sitting there contemplating. He's sitting there deep in thought while smoking... Oh, okay, I see. I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I've watched him put together this dock, which has been an interesting hand-build process. This is a cool little scene. You do very, very evocative work, Gus Schultz. Really, really inspiring builds. And he's sitting there smoking a cigarette, so I'm going to estimate that we're going to get some really nice, like, deep shadows, and you're really going to play up, like, the glow of the cigarette cherry and have that kind of highlight his features and have that be most of the light source. I don't know that for sure. That's just the feeling that I get looking at it, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. Lovely work. Here we have from Ravencat getting in at the last minute. Lunar Brutal Skirmish Combat on the moon. It's funny that just last night I was watching the episode of For All Mankind where, for the very first time, people have guns on the moon. How is this a game that I am just completely unaware of? I love this idea. One of my favorite shots from that movie Soldier with Kurt Russell was always when they're like, oh, the second battle of the moon, and it shows Todd, like, bouncing along the surface of the moon in his bubble NASA suit with, like, a couple of submachine guns, one on either hand. It's a hilarious sequence. Homeboy's got, like, a combat shield. This dude's got a something or other. These are pretty neat minis. I'm completely unaware of the existence of this game. Oh, it's like a drill on this little rover. Little tracked rover with some kind of pods on it. Zero-G arena shooter game that came out a while back reminds me of it. Are you thinking of, what was it called? Lone Echo? That might have been it. I like how this is like a classic moon rover. Just real bare bones, super light control console right in the center. And then there's this tracked, like, combat shield over here. That's pretty cool. That's pretty damn cool, Ravencat, and thank you for getting in to share that, because I'm completely unaware of that game, and I have to admit, I might have to go look it up after this. I'm not going to start a new game. At least 3 people in chat were like, oh, Thunderhead's going to start a new game. I just completely forget all of his projects. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. But that's the end of the Storm Report, and, as is tradition, the end of tonight's stream. Who are we rating? Is Vergaderung up? Is he doing his thing? Let's see. Let me take a look. Vergaderung has started, so that is where we are gonna go. I type in Verg and it recommends like a bunch of people with a bunch of viewers. I have one fucking Verg in my follow list, Twitch. What's wrong with you? Why would you recommend people I'm not following? There we go. Let's go ahead and make that happen. Vergaderung is going to be working on some Battletech figures tonight, folks. and working on that tiger striping the fighter that he showed us earlier in the stream. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemen, thank you all again for joining me tonight. Raven Cats, I like those models. I like the classic like NASA bubble helmet. I'm completely unaware of the existence of that game, but I'm gonna go look it up because that actually seems pretty cool. And I'm excited to see what you do with them, dude, because your paintwork is always so it's primo. It's primo. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, thank you guys. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you to everybody who posted on the Storm Report. We had a lot of posts tonight. I really love keeping up with what you guys are working on out there in the community. It helps me keep going. Helps me stay fired up. Keep getting my own damn projects done. In addition to all this 3D bullshit that I keep doing for some stupid reason. We are going to be back Thursday, December the 9th, painting some more Conquest. We're going to try to get these militia guys done. I'm hoping our next paint stream on Sunday, December the 12th, will see us starting up our household night. So if you're interested in seeing Conquest get painted, make sure you are there. We're also going to be building spires before long. We'll see when that happens. Saturday, we're going to be doing 2 towers on the Discord. If you're interested in watching the extended cuts with us, be there or be square. A huge thank you, as always, to my amazing mod team. I'm about to run out of time. Say hi to Vergaderung for me. Until next time, keep on painting.